Hey, Il Nana. Hey, it's in the air. What's up? Hey, Tara. Yes. Told you I'd be on. Hey, Jessica. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Rhoda. What's up? We're going to get into relationships tonight, y'all. All kinds of relationships. The good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. Hey, Love More. You know I can't announce it in advance, Love More. You know me. I'm a Sag. Sun and Mercury and Sagittarius. I have to just wing it sometimes. Or if I plan it too much in advance, sign will come up. Hey, Double Pisces. Sun will come up and then I'll have to reschedule and all this stuff. So sometimes I just got to go with it when I'm like really feeling it. I wanted to go live last night, but I had a natal chart to finish. So here I am. Hey, Camila. Hey, Lilith. Hey, Moonlight. You knew I was going live. You could feel me. But I can't just believe you. Always tell me that you need me. And I wink that I believe you. And I'm mad because I love you. So I stop and think that maybe you should learn to appreciate me. I mean, relationships, that's pretty much, I would say that's 90% of the world's main concern when, you know, after the whole money and survival. Relationships are basically at the top of basically everybody's list. Most people don't want to be alone, do they? Does anybody up in here want to be alone? Anybody prefer to be alone? So let's see. We got Callie up in here. What's up, Callie? We got Sandy. Hey, Sandy. How you doing? Hey, Juan. Lomore said, I'm over relationships, solo dinero. But then when you tell certain people that, they want to be like, oh, don't say that. You're going to find the right one. You're going to find somebody that's for you. I'm a realist, and I don't believe that there's somebody out there for everybody. I believe some people are just meant to go through struggles in relationships because that's part of their life path. And a lot of times the way that people grow is through the challenges that they experience in their relationships. So that's one thing that people always got to keep in mind. Like relationships, they're like conditioning agents for the soul. Like they're going to condition you to either be better or to be worse. So it's really dealing with where you are on the evolutionary scale. And I got something to say about that too, because that came up recently as well. Hey, Indigo, thanks for joining us. Hey, Mega Man. Yes, I strongly believe, and you can see that in the chart. You know, if somebody has like Saturn rising, Sun could join the Saturn, Venus can join the Saturn in some cases. The person, especially Venus square Saturn, I have Venus square Saturn. The person may start off wanting to be in a relationship, but after the struggle that they go through, they might decide, you know what, I'm just better off staying single. And then you have some people that they just start off in life not really wanting much of a relationship with people. So I see more and more of that happening with millennials where, well, it's like kind of half and half. You got the millennials that are down for any type of relationship. And y'all millennials out there, I know you know what I'm talking about, where y'all like are into that polyamory and shit. And a lot of people are bisexual nowadays. Just so I feel like a lot of people are bisexual simply because they want to basically be able to cover all bases in terms of relationship options. I feel like that's what that really comes down to, is the same with the polyamory. It's like they want to make sure that they're, at the end of the day, they're with somebody. So then we have to ask ourselves too, like, what is it that we're really trying to get out of a relationship? Do we even ask ourselves that before we find ourselves in a relationship? What are we really trying to get? And I'm not even trying to get into the main topic tonight this early. So let me just start right there. But I just gave y'all a little something to think about, because we're going to get kind of deep and philosophical tonight. But Let's talk about some current events. So, one of the main current events going on is Mercury retrograde. Mercury is retrograde in Scorpio. Let me see what degree it's at right now. And as soon as Mercury turned retrograde, actually the day before, things started happening. For instance, in my apartment complex, the entrance gate wouldn't come open, the back or the front. And you know how you got the key fob and you hold it against the thing to open the gate? It wasn't working. So that was 2 days in a row. Now I haven't been back since, like, I haven't been out since the gates have been shut, because they keep them open during the day, but at night they shut them. I don't know if they fixed that problem, but that's some Mercury retrograde shit for your ass. So Mercury's currently at the 10th degree of Scorpio, so you might see an increase of accidents on the road tonight and going into the morning, because of that 10th degree. That 10th degree can deal with travel. Hey, Siobhan, thanks for joining us. Hey, Rod, that 10th degree. Hey, Justin, that 10th degree can deal with travel, can deal with vehicles, can deal with cars. And I just learned about this horrible car accident that happened where this woman, she got into an accident on the freeway. Her car flipped a few times and then it burst into flames. Hey, Connect, thanks for joining us. It burst into flames and both her and her daughter were thrown from the car. The mother died, but the daughter survived. So yeah, you just be careful. When Mercury is in Scorpio and it's retrograde, it could be particularly nasty and screwy. So be careful. And Mercury in Scorpio, that can manifest as a fatal car accident. So be careful, everybody out there. One thing I know I got to do is I got to get a new tire for my car. And I'm doing that shit where every few days I got to go to the air machine and put air in my tire. And I keep on putting it off about getting a new tire, because I hate dealing with the car stuff. I'm just one of them types where but I'm like that with all types of appointments. I'll just put shit off. I got Mars and Gemini retrograde in the 6th house. So I will like just delay appointments and stuff, especially if it has to do with the car. I need new windshield wipers. I've been needing new windshield wipers for the past year. I'm just terrible with it. That's where, okay, if you want to talk about relationships, that's where I feel like a man comes in handy for me. Because if I had a man right now, all that shit would be done already. Hey, Cameron, because that's what men are good for. I'd be like, hey, babe. No, I don't use the word babe. I'm too rough for that. I'll just be like, hey, can you get some new windshield wipers for my car? Oh, can you take my car to get a new tire? Men like doing shit like that. That's what I would like a relationship for. Right now, though, I'm at a point of, hey, King Rick, right now at a point in my life, I'm not really wanting a relationship, but I'm just saying that's one of the benefits of the relationship for me, to have your partner do things that you don't want to do. Now, doesn't that sound selfish? But I think we all come to relationships with a selfish streak. I mean, who doesn't? But anyway, so I know during this Mercury retrograde, I'm going to be getting a new tire. I have to make a point to get a new tire this week. I'm definitely going to do that, as much as it's going to kill me. And I should go to those cholos down the street and get one of those discount tires, but I don't know. Should I go to the Mexicans and just get one of them tires that's pretty cheap, or should I just go to a regular tire place? What should I do? If I go to the Mexicans, I'll probably be in and out real quick. If I go to a regular establishment, like one of them corporate establishments, that could be all day. What do y'all think? CVMR said, get a good tire. Indigo said, I would go to the regular tire place, get a warranty. Lil said, go to the regular. You going, oh yeah, and it's Mercury retrograde. I better go to the regular corporate. The regular, yeah. I better go to the, yeah. Cameron said, I'm having to use public transport to get to work right now. In my Saturn return, Saturn opposition Jupiter in the 3rd house, Mercury retrograde. Oh, is that hard for you, Cameron, or are you just taking it in stride? Because I know I've been there where I haven't had a car, And I'm talking about, I've been in situations where it's been like 3 years where I didn't have a car. Was it three, maybe 2 years? Yeah, probably 2 years straight. I didn't have a car. I was busing it to work, taking a cab back to the grocery store. And I remember my spirit would be crushed. It would only be crushed when I'd be sitting outside with a bunch of groceries in a cart, waiting for a cab. And this was before Uber, y'all. So I've been through a lot of struggle in life. Now, not struggle like some people been through, but I'm talking about where you got your kids with you, you don't have a car, you got a grocery cart full of food, you waiting for the cab's taking longer than an hour to show up. And because I'm so independent and free-spirited, when I don't have a car, now I can deal with not having a car for a while, but then situations like that where it's like I just want to go home and just go, it would tear me up inside seeing people getting in their cars and shit like that. And especially I'm with my kids, I feel all humiliated and shit. And yeah, so I dealt with some rough ass time, especially when my kids were young. There was times I didn't have a car, and I'm talking about I got a 2-year-old, and then I got a 6-month-old, and then I got my would have been 8-year-old. We all getting on a crowded ass bus. Nobody wants to get up their seat, even though I got a little baby in my arm and shit. Like, that was when I lived in Philly. That was some crazy ass shit. Having to walk everywhere with the kids, and it start raining and all. Oh my God. So I feel you, Cameron. Not having a car is no joke. Where you at? How you dealing with it though? You said I'm just working with it. It's humiliating, right? I got Sun conjoined to Jupiter, so I can relate. So Cameron said it's humiliating, Sun in the 12th house, but I have to remind myself that I'm just doing what the fuck I have to do, though people probably look down on me. Oh, I don't think like that. People don't look down on you. It is what it is. I mean, sometimes you got to look at it this way. Thank God there is public transportation so you can get to work and get back home. Just think like that. And just be keeping your eyes on the prize. Know that you're not going to be in this situation forever. Just think about those people that gotta take the bus all the time for whatever reason. You know? At least you're not in that situation, because you know you're going to rise again. You're going to come back up. So, and maybe you also got to look at this, Cameron. Maybe it's for a reason. Maybe it's for a higher reason why you're in this situation right now. It is Saturn return time. So you got to, think on a higher level about why you're in this situation right now. Something good is going to come out of it. Lil said, using public transportation is embarrassing. I ride the bus all the time. Yeah, some people are straight up bus riders. And I was the type where, having to ride the bus, I got real savvy with learning the bus schedules and the bus timings and stuff like that. I was good with it. Indigo said, I took public transportation even with a car. Let me tell y'all this story. You know I always got these crazy stories. So during one of the times in my life where I didn't have a car and I had to take the bus, I had to take like 3 different buses to work. Well, the second bus that I had to get on, there was this guy that would just scare me to death because he was filthy from head to toe. He was a white guy, but it looked like he was in blackface. I kid you not, because his face was that damn dirty. And I could tell he wasn't homeless because this motherfucker had a job. How did I know he had a job? Because he would get off on the bus stop. He would be on the bus early in the morning, and he would get off at this junkyard. Because that's where I had to get the second bus in this real sketchy part of town that was real seedy, and it was real industrial. A lot of used car dealerships, car repair shops, junkyards and stuff. So he worked at a junkyard. But when I tell y'all, this man was dirty as shit from head to toe, hair, face, hands. It was like he was working on cars all day. You know how to, thank you, Ronan. Thank you so much, Ronan. You know how, I got to get with you. Send me an email. You know how a guy is working on a car all day and then he got the motor oil stains all over his hands. Well, this man was stained in motor oil from head to toe plus some other shit or whatever. And I would always make sure I stayed far away from his ass on the bus. I couldn't even believe they let his dirty ass on the bus. And he would always sit in the front, thank God. So I would know to avoid that front seat. But that ain't the scariest part, y'all. The scariest, mind you, this guy would be at the same bus stop as me. So we'd be waiting at the bus, right? The scariest part about this dude, while he was waiting on the bus, while we were waiting for the bus, this guy would be on all fours, y'all, on the ground. His hands would be on the ground and his knees would be on the ground. He'd be on all fours like he was a dog. When I tell you that shit scared, because I ain't gonna lie, I've been around a lot of mentally ill people because I used to work at a homeless shelter in Philly. So I've been around some hardcore mental illness. But this was on some next level shit. Like, I never seen somebody sitting waiting at the bus in a position like a dog on the ground. And I'm talking about, it wasn't grass. It was straight up dirt on the ground. And he's dirty from head to toe. And they let this motherfucker on the bus. I was scared as hell. And that was part of the struggle. See, I got Chiron in the third house. So crazy shit goes down when it comes to, me taking public transportation, but even just cars and shit. So, yeah, I was just like, I'm trying to think what other crazy shit went down while I was riding the bus. Love Moore said, that's why I don't ride the bus. Somebody said there was a pile of shit on the bus. One of the buses, I think this was New York or something like that, though. Oh, that shit is getting worse and worse, too. Told you, this Uranus and Taurus, y'all, is bringing the filthy out in people. Did y'all hear about the dude that got the ether because he did that challenge where he licked the toilet? Like, there's this toilet licking challenge now. I'm like, catch a load of this shit. And there was something else I heard about, too, and I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah, the butthole sunning. Who was telling me about that? One of my students was telling me, I think, about now there's this trend where you can, like, basically sun your butthole. Like, you be outside and got your legs cocked open in the air and you allowing your butthole to get some sun. And I'm just like, ain't this some Uranus and Taurus shit right here? Yes, it's crazy. Sammy said, last time I rode the bus, a homeless dude jacked off in front of me. See, I'm scared of stuff like that, too. Then bust everywhere. That was the last. See, oh my God. See, y'all might think I wouldn't be scared of stuff because I got a filthy mouth. But stuff like that scares me, too. Seeing a man jack off in public, I'd be terrified. And you talk about he bust everywhere. I'm scared. Say, oh my God. How did you deal with that? I would have needed therapy after that. Oh my God. See, I can't deal with that level of crazy. That like is crossing the line. Connect said, when I moved cross country, I didn't have my car for 1 week while I looked for a job. I was dressed to the nines on the bus. It did feel weird, even knowing I was going back to get my car eventually. Yeah, riding the bus can be a humbling experience, most definitely. Being down on the subway is terrible. That's even worse, especially in the summertime because that subway smell like straight up pits. Then sometimes you'll see like a big ass rat near the train tracks. And I was watching a documentary the other day about those train conductors on the subways and how just about if you become one of those drivers, you're going to end up killing somebody, and not by on purpose, by accident, because people jump on the tracks, people get pushed on the tracks. All of this with Mercury retrograde in Scorpio right now. If I still was in Philly, I probably wouldn't be taking the subway. I'd be like, because Mercury and Scorpio, that's the epitome of a subway too. There was this story back in Philly years ago, and it really shook me to the core. There was a story about this boy. Hey, Shayna. He was about maybe 11 years old, and he was riding the subway. And he was able to get into one of the conductor cars, because you know how they got the conductor booth on both ends of the train? Well, he was able to get into the one, like it wasn't locked for some reason. And he was able to get inside, and the window opens for the driver. So the boy had his head out of the window, just, looking as the train was going fast, and his head hit one of those steel beams, and he was instantly decapitated. Crazy shit be going down. And Mercury was probably retrograde that time when it happened. But this was maybe 10 years ago. Hey, Quentin. You said when we getting married. Well, that's a perfect question, because tonight we're talking about relationships. Hey, Adriana, how you doing? Yeah, I felt so bad for that boy and his parents. Because, when you're 11 years old, you don't think about stuff like that. You don't think about he was just trying to have a joyride. And that cost him his life. All because that booth wasn't locked. Cameron said riding the bus also gives you this weird rosy smoky smell that I can't explain further, but I had to amp up on the fragrance and neutralizer. You said rosy smoky smell. Right? Well, a lot of kids ride the subway by themselves. Some as young as 7 years old. So I'm sure he was by himself. Aaron said, I rarely take the bus now, even though I don't have a car. I feel more comfortable in the Uber. The buses now are so gross, especially in the summertime. All you smell is body and breath. Justin said, them New York City rats made me not want to ride the subway. Letitia said, hey, Letitia, when I was a child, my brother got pushed onto the New York train track. Did he survive? Oh, that's awful. That's one of my fears. That's why if I have to take a subway, I am far away from that, the edge of the platform. I don't play. But then it's you don't want to sit down in those seats either. Not the subway seats, but the seats on the platform. Because, all types of nasty people be on those chairs and stuff. This world is scary. And again, I go back to what I said during the last live stream. Maybe we really are living in hell. When you think about, number one, all the ways you can die, and Scorpio season's coming up, so I can't wait, because we're going to have a nice conversation about death and dying. But there's so many ways you can die. And it's just crazy. And then just all this crazy stuff going on. I really be wondering where we're headed in terms of humanity. I'm just not for it. Aaron said, I rarely take the bus now. Oh, I read that. Lilith said, New York seems like a stank-ass city. Just crowded and stank. My cousin came to the country talking about the air here smells like trees and earth. Where's it at? Where you at? Oh, bitch, you mean clean air? Cameron says sweaty asses all up in the seats. Now, what about country living, though? Living in the country can be nice. Because I've lived in both. So I've lived in the suburbs. But I've also lived in kind of a rural area where there was surrounding farm communities. And then I've lived in a big city. So there's benefits to both. But how about living in them rural farm ass areas? Does anybody know what a pig farm smells like? That's one of the worst smells in the world. And you could smell that shit for miles. I don't see how people live on those pig farms, but I guess they get used to that smell. Pisces with pride. Oh, now we getting deep. I love this shit. You said, what's your view on suicide? Well, I used to have a very different view on suicide than I have now. I used to think that suicide was a selfish act and that I didn't never think it was a cowardly act. I always thought it was not courageous, but where you gotta not have a fear in order to commit suicide. But I used to think, a lot of people think, Justin, pig farms smell awful. They smell like hell. They smell like the devil's asshole, if you knew what that smelled like. But yeah, so I used to think it was a selfish act because of the loved ones. Hey, Kata, how you doing? But after going through some experiences of my own, after dealing with serious depression at different times in my life and being at rock bottom, I totally get it. I totally understand why some people are suicidal and why some people commit suicide, because sometimes life can be so painful that you feel like the only remedy is death. And really, I think when people are suicidal like that, they don't really think of death as death like that, like it being so final. I think they just want to take the pain away. It's almost like if they could just sleep forever, they would instead of killing themselves. You get what I'm saying? It's like they just want to be numb to everything at that point. And I get it. I'm not saying it's right. I totally understand it. I don't think I would ever take that step. Like something really horrible would have to happen to me like, I'll tell you what, I think one of the few reasons why I would be suicidal is that if I was like in horrible pain because I had a horrible illness that was debilitating, that's when I might want to say, you know what, can you give me a hot dose? Because I'm not really trying to live the rest of my life like this. Like if I knew I wasn't going to get any better and I was just totally wasting away and I was in tremendous pain and then I had to have people look after me, I don't want to be in that situation. So I do understand the whole assisted suicide for some people, and I actually respect a person's decision. But again, they have to be in a very horrible state for me to say, okay, I can understand, otherwise, I feel like suicide is kind of pointless because I believe in reincarnation. So I believe you're going to come back anyway, and you might come back in a worse situation than you left. So that would stop me every time. I'd be like, unless, like I said, I was like deathly ill and I knew I was going to die anyway and I was in tremendous pain. That's when I might be like, yo, just take me out. But I would want to go out in a smooth way. I'd be like, give me a heavy dose of heroin or some shit. And that's what I would choose. I'd be like, fuck the morphine, give me heroin, because I want to see what these junkies are. I want to see why these junkies are all like hyped up about this shit. I'm like, I want to see what they feel. So that's how I would go out. I'd be like, just give me a heavy ass dose of heroin. I'd be like, first of all, give me a little dose. Let me see how that shit feel. And then I'd be like, okay, give me the real dose that just knocks me out of here. So yeah, that's how I would go out. Now, Cameron said, life is just harsh. It's not for the weak, and some of us are weaker than others, so I can't understand why people turn to it. Me too. Kata said, if you smoke dabs, you'll think you died and wake up the next day. Oh, shit. Hey, Amor, how you doing? Lilith said, the thing that people don't know is that killing yourself is actually harder than you think. A lot of people that tried to commit suicide fail and then end up with disabilities and worse off. Yes, I've heard of those stories. It's even like people jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. Some of those people survive. And can you imagine? My daughter told me about this one guy who tried to commit suicide with a shotgun by putting it under his chin. And it only broke off half it, like it just broke off his jawline. So he had half a face, but he still survived. Can you imagine that? Now with that, I'd be like, somebody better take me out now. I mean, I'm really not trying to live with half of a face. Siobhan said, I feel like if I take my life, then the haters win. That's a good point. Connect said, that's what will deter me. What if I tried to off myself and didn't die, right? It's good we're talking about this too, because Mercury is in Scorpio and it's retrograde. So for some people that have been suicidal, this can be a pretty rough time for them if Mercury is in aspect with some of their planets. Amor said, doing good. I have a lot of compassion for people who commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide. Life is hard, and sometimes people can only handle so much. Yes. And truth be told, some people are truly not as strong as other people. Hey, Fiona. Some people are just stronger mentally than other people. Some people are just stronger emotionally, and they can handle certain stuff. And then some things in life that happen, I think most people could understand why a person would be suicidal. Pisces with pride said, but I ain't no bitch. She's a bitch. But I wanted to get into a few of these celebrities tonight, and most of them are Libra. So who should we get into first? Should we get into Travis? Do y'all know about Travis? Let me pull up a picture of Travis. Just 1 second. Travis, oh, he was a friend of mine. Talk to me. Sing your song. In this story, Travis, you don't know about Travis? Wait a minute, why is it saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth stream? Come on now. Is it buffering? Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about Cardi B and her did she go through with that divorce? We gonna talk about Cardi B. Y'all don't know who Travis is? Travis? Oh, he was a friend of mine. Hold on. I'm about to show y'all Travis. Travis. Talk to me. Sing your song. Forevermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift. On the night shift. Now, Travis was a Libra. Travis? Okay, so let me get into the story about Travis. Travis? And this is a perfect example about how relationships could go wrong. So Travis, born October 21st. Yes, I have his math, so you know I pulled this motherfucker's chart. So Travis, born October 21st, 1995. He died February 16th, 2009. Was a male common chimpanzee who in February 2009 attacked and nearly killed a friend of his owner, blinding her while severing several body parts and lacerating her face. He was shot dead when he tried to attack a police officer. Talk about domestic violence. As an animal actor, Travis had appeared in several television shows and commercials, including spots for Pepsi and Old Navy. He had also appeared on the Maury Povich Show, The Man Show, and a television pilot that featured Sheryl Crow and Michael Moore. Does anybody know about this story? Yes, he didn't kill the lady, but he damn near killed the lady. He ripped her face off. And I'm going to pull up the picture of the lady's face, and some of y'all might not want to see this, so you might want to turn away. Callie said, I thought you meant Travis Scott. That's why I was just like, y'all know Travis? Yeah, she was on Oprah. Wasn't that shit fucked up? Yes. Now, let me tell y'all something. This is basically, again, this is Libra season, and this is how Libra can go wrong. Travis was a Libra. Now, a lot of times we want to look at Libra as kind of like the peacemaker and shit, the one that's going to be diplomatic, the one that's going to be compromising, the easygoing one. But guess what? Libra, let's not forget, is the sign of the opposition. Now, this is my theory. Well, I have a couple. I feel like there was a few things that went wrong with Travis and why this situation went bad. Now, let's not forget, Libra is the sign of balance, right? And like I said before, when you think of that term balance, think in terms of a verb, not a noun. Because oftentimes with Libra, there's something that's out of balance. And that's what happened with this crazy ass monster. Now, Mega Man said, we don't claim this gorilla. Oh, he's part of y'all. He is part of y'all camp. Now, y'all got to claim him because there's good and bad in every sign. Now, Travis, again, born October 21st. 21, that's a blessed number. So he did live a good life. But that 21 can also deal with where there was some type of issue growing up. So that could point to where he was separated from his parents, being a 21. And we know he was because he started living with humans. Now, the reason why I brought him up, because I recently saw a documentary about this. Now, I saw a documentary about this years ago, but this one particular documentary was very in-depth. You said why I chose that photo, though. This one documentary was very in-depth. And they got into his birthday. When they said his birthday, I was all like, Let me pull his chart. And oh my God, when you look at his chart, it explains why this motherfucker went ape shit in the most literal sense of the word. Now, again, he's a Libra, or he was a Libra, and Libra is the sign of balance, but rarely are those scales perfectly balanced. So we were dealing with a very imbalanced ape. Okay? This creature it was like the day that he went off, the scales totally shifted in the other direction. Now, because he's a 21 is like Sagittarius, that 21 can have horrible anger issues. Now, let's talk about some of what he was doing. So he was raised up by a husband and wife team, and they were very much in the wildlife. They were very much in the primates. So they got Travis from this animal preserve. Okay. And then they started to train him, and he became like a human. This motherfucker even knew how to drive a car, y'all. They taught him how to drive a car. This dude was drinking wine and smoking cigars like George Burns. Don't he look like George Burns? Some of my older viewers know who I'm talking about when I say George Burns. Look like that could be his brother. But anyway, they was treating him like he was a human. Had him drinking wine, smoking cigars, watching his favorite TV shows. He knew how to grab the keys and get in the car. One time he did get the keys and he got in the car and he was just driving. They had to send the cops after his ass. There was another story where he's riding in the car. So he would ride in the car with them a lot. Sometimes they would let his ass drive. So there was one time where he was riding in the car. He was in the back seat with the window down, and a kid threw something into the car and it hit Travis in the head. Travis was like, fuck that shit. When they stopped at a red light, Travis gets out the car and he starts running after the kid because he's like, I'm gonna beat this kid's ass. They had to call the cops that time. So they knew Travis was a problem. Now, Travis became a serious problem. Guess what? When the husband died. Now, Travis has his son conjoined to his Libra North Node. And that's where basically you could say his life was basically for other people. He couldn't be the regular chimpanzee that he was meant to be with his Aries South Node. He had to give his life over to other people. But that also has another side. So when the husband died, right? Travis thought that he was the woman's husband at that point. Think about it. We got a damn near human, but that's, it's an animal, but it's half human basically, especially because y'all wanted to train him up and treat him like he's some grown-ass man. So when the husband dies, he becomes the next husband. Because guess what? Travis is a male. He's a male. He's a chimp, and they do that alpha thing. So once the alpha male, which was her husband, once he dies, Travis becomes the alpha. Travis becomes her husband, essentially. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were sleeping together in the bed every night. And she probably put some bananas up in her cuckoo and had him eating it out. And when I don't put much past people nowadays. And guess what? Even after this chimp ripped her face off, her friend's face, mind you, guess what? When that lady died, she asked to be buried next to Travis, not her husband. She wanted to be buried next to Travis. Again, Travis had Sun conjunct North Node. But guess what? This is the clincher. Now, if you know anything about chimps are very violent. They're like some of the most violent primates out there. And they're strong as shit. They're stronger than a strong man. And usually, like that chimp right there, he easily weigh about 200 pounds. Like he could thrash your ass if he wants to. So this type of creature could rip you to shreds. So already him being a chimp, he has it in him, right? But they gonna have the nerve to get a chimp that got Mars conjunct Pluto in his chart. This motherfucker had Mars conjunct Pluto, and they wonder why he gonna rip a lady's face off. Come on now. You can't have a chimp living with you with Mars conjunct Pluto. You better be locked and loaded all day. You better have that rifle right next to you all day for when that motherfucker goes ape shit for real. And that's exactly what happened. Now, the day that it happened, I'm about to read it. Let me just read what happened that day. So we're going to read a little bit about this story. So Travis was born near Festus, Missouri on October 21st, 1994 at Mike and Connie Braun Cassie's compound, currently named the Missouri Chimpanzee Sanctuary. In a separate incident, Travis' mother, Susie, was fatally shot. Remember I said 21 could deal with something, tragic happened in the early part of her life? So I didn't know the mom was shot. So knowing that the mom was shot, and I'm about to see in his chart what deals with his mom being shot. So already come on now, he sees his mom shot, he sees his mama shot when he's young. So already he dealing with some trauma, and they knew that this chimp had some trauma, and they gonna trust this chimp around regular people? Come on. So again, everything might have stayed cool as long as that husband stayed in the picture. But once that husband died, Travis was like, I'm taking over. And guess what? Travis started to get out of control. And guess what this chick did? Matter of fact, I'm going to just read on with the story. But let me pull a Travis chart real quick. Travis, where you at? This was a bad motherfucker right here. And I never liked chimps, mainly because they're so violent. Where is he? Oh, here he is. So again, Travis had Mars. Oh, this is the crazy part. So his Mars was at the 0 degree of Sagittarius. That right there is somebody that could go ape shit, literally. It's a mutable Mars. Sagittarius is one of the worst signs in terms of anger. So they got a chimp that had Mars at the 0 degree of Sagittarius, conjoined to Pluto at the 29th degree of Scorpio. That 29th degree of Scorpio, that's him seeing his mom get shot. So his mom got shot. That's that Mars conjoined to Pluto with Pluto, because that 29th degree could deal with tragic circumstances involving the mother. So again, he also had Venus and Scorpio, which shows that he was jealous as shit too. So he was probably plotting on the husband's wife for a while. You never know. He might have killed the husband himself so he could take over. Yeah. So unfortunately, these people didn't know about astrology more than likely, or else they might have thought twice before getting a chimp that had Mars conjoined to Pluto. Because like I said, chimps are violent, period. But if you want to get a chimp that has Mars conjoined to Pluto, you better have an AK-47 by your side under your pillow, ready to lock and load. Because these things are deadly. We're going to look and see how the husband died. All right, so let me read on. All right, so let's see. So they named the chimp. So Travis' mother, Susie, was fatally shot following an escape in 2001. So Travis' mother, she was kind of buck wild too. So Sandra and Jerome Harold adopted Travis when he was 3 days old. They named the chimp for Sandra's favorite singer, Travis Tritt. The Harolds raised Travis at their home at Rock Rimmon Road in the North Stamford section of Stamford, Connecticut. Travis was the Harolds' constant companion and would often accompany them to work and on the shopping excursions in town. The Harolds owned a towing company, and Travis would pose for photos at the shop and ride with the tow truck. That's his Mars conjoined to Chiron and Libra. And ride with the tow truck. Where is it at? His seatbelt buckled as he wore a baseball shirt. Travis became well known in the town and had been known to greet police officers they would encounter when towing cars. Having grown up among people, Travis had been socialized to humans since birth. It don't matter. That chimp instinct is still in them. A neighbor said he used to play around and wrestle with Travis. He added that the animal always knew when to stop and paid close attention to its owner. He listened better than my nephews. The neighbor remarked after Travis had mauled Nash, I just don't know why he would do that. Because he's a chimp. But wait till I read more about this story. It'll start to make sense. Now, Travis could open doors using keys. He could dress himself. He was watering the plants. He was feeding the horses. He was eating at the table with the rest of the family. He was drinking wine from a stem glass. He was so fond of ice cream that he learned the schedules of passing ice cream trucks. So he was jacking ice cream trucks for the damn push-up pops. He logged on to the computer to look at pictures probably looking at porn on the computer, watched television using a remote control, and brushed his teeth using a water pick. He enjoyed watching baseball on television. Travis had also driven a car on several occasions. Let me just stop right here and see what y'all think about this stuff. I mean, come on, you got a chimp and you treating him like that's your, come on now. Wait a minute, somebody saying you crazy. Travis was wild, yes. You can't give a chimp that much power and then wonder why at some point he just goes off. Chimps aren't made to have lives like humans. Right? Unknown billionaire said, damn, Travis is Mike Tyson in chimp form. Did you hear though? They had him drinking wine out of wine glasses, watching baseball on TV, surfing porn on the internet and shit, looking at apes, busting it open and shit. I'm like, come on now. He was too smart for his own good. All right, so let me read on. Okay. So here it goes about the, so whoever asked me about how the husband died, here it is. So Jerome died from cancer in 2004, and the Herald's only child died in a car accident. As a result, Sandra Herald, see, Travis was probably driving the car when the kid died, but they probably didn't mention that part. Sandra Herald regarded Travis almost as a surrogate son and pampered him. I bet you he was more like a surrogate husband when the husband died. Sandra slept and bathed with Travis. There it is. Just like I thought. Didn't I tell you she was probably sleeping with him? Now, come on. You got a grown-ass male chimp that's damn near half human, and he's sleeping in bed, but you calling that your surrogate son? No, bitch, that was your surrogate husband, and I know what the hell you was doing underneath those covers with Travis. That poor Travis. Again, son could join to the Libra North Node. His whole life was given over to other people. That's what that can do. Having to have sex with that lady like that. That's probably why he really went ape shit. He got tired of smelling her stank ass cooch. All right, let me read on. So Jerome died of cancer. So, okay, let me read this again. Sandra slept and bathed with Travis, saying, I'm like hollow now. What does that mean? She's like, damn, he was digging up in her like that? I heard chimps don't even have big ones like that. Now, he slept with me every night. Until you've eaten with a chimp and bathed with a chimp, you don't know a chimp. No, she didn't. Did y'all hear? She said until you eat with a chimp and bathe with a chimp, you don't know a chimp. Yes, they were getting it in, Letitia. Nastiness. Unknown billionaire said Travis was hitting that old white ass pussy. Right? Travis had a breakdown. He got tired of having to service her ass. That's Mars conjoined to Pluto too. He got tired of that shit. She probably was making him go down on her with his big ass chompers. God damn. Probably bit her clit straight off one time. All right, let me read on. Now here's the incident. Well, here's the first incident. In October 2003, Travis escaped from the Herald's car and held up traffic at a busy intersection. This is the story I'm telling y'all about. And was on the loose for several hours. The incident began after a pedestrian threw something at the car that went through a partially open window and struck Travis while they stopped at a light. Startled, Travis unbuckled his seatbelt. They talking about startled. No, he was fired up. Travis unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and chased the man. Why did they say startled? You see how they try to apologize for these animals? No. He went buck wild. He was heated. But they did not catch him. When police arrived, they lured the chimpanzee into the car several times, only to have Travis let himself out of another door and occasionally chase the officers around the car. Yo, he had everybody hemmed up in that town. Obviously, had the cops scared. The 2003 incident led to the passing of a Connecticut law prohibiting people from keeping primates weighing more than 50 pounds as pets and requiring owners of exotic pets to apply for permits. The new law took effect in 2009, and as a result of Travis' death in the same year, no one in the state had applied to adopt a chimpanzee. Now, Travis, again, he was a 200-pound chimp. 200 pounds, y'all. So again, her husband, her husband was probably like maybe $165. She wanted a big, strong buck to really get it in for her. Like, that's obviously what she really wanted. Now, let me switch up the picture so we could drive the point home a little bit. So, what is this lady's name again? Because I want to get a picture of this lady. Travis and Sandra. Because y'all need to put a face to this story so y'all could get a look and see what this lady looked like. And y'all tell me if she's the type that's about that monkey love. Jungle love. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think I want to know ya. She took that jungle love for real. I don't even see that many good pics. Is this her? Okay. They called her his mother in this article. They need to stop. Okay, this is her right here, I think. Yeah, that's her. Jungle love. What about that song? Trying to get to you and that monkey. Trying to get to you and that monkey. She was taking that shit seriously. Don't know what to do with this. Okay, so here she is. This is Sandra, whatever her name is. And with Travis. This must have been when Travis was really young. So here she go right here. She look a little too happy right there. You said some mother would love her. Oh yeah. Carol Baskin probably into that stuff too. Ronan said Travis knew her throat game was hot garbage. Or we could do, give me that monkey love. Give me that monkey love. Yeah. So they was monkeying around. All right. So here's a story about the actual attack. So 2009 attack. On February 16th, 16 is a tragic day. It could deal with some crazy stuff happening, injuries, accidents. On February 16th, 2009, at around 3:40 p.m., Travis attacked Sandra Harold's 55-year-old friend, Charla Nash, inflicting devastating injuries to her face and limbs. Travis had left the house with Sandra Harold's car keys. And Nash, so he took the car keys again, y'all. And Nash came to help get the chimp back in the house. Upon seeing Nash holding a Tickle Me Elmo, one of his favorite toys, Travis flew into a rage and attacked her. Travis had enough. Travis was familiar with Nash, who had also worked at the Harold's Towing Company, although Nash had a different hairstyle at the time of the attack, which may have confused and alarmed him. See, now they trying to dumb him down. He knew good and well that was her. I'm sorry, just because the person has it, like they're trying to make it seem like he wasn't as smart as he really was. He knew that was her. Now, he had been taking medication for Lyme disease, but that's not all the medication he was taking because this bitch had him on Xanax. But anyway, I digress. Harold, then 70 years old, attempted to stop Travis by hitting him with a shovel and stabbing him with a butcher knife. This is what I mean. Why didn't you have a gun? Why didn't you have a loaded gun on you so you could have dispatched this chimp ASAP? Now, she said, for me to do something like that, put a knife in him was like putting one in myself. Harold later said. The chimp turned around, she said, as if to say, Mom, what did you do? The animal grew angrier. Harold then called 911 and pleaded for help. Travis' screams can be heard in the background of the tape as Sandra pleaded for police, who initially believed the call to be a hoax until she started screaming, he's eating her. Emergency medical services waited for police before approaching the house. Travis headed towards the police car when it arrived, tried to open a locked passenger door, and smashed the side view mirror. Then he went calmly around to the driver's side door and opened it, at which point Officer Frank Chiafari shot him several times. Travis retreated to the house. So he was shot several times and still was able to go into the house. Travis retreated to the house where he was found dead next to his cage. So I'm going to show you a picture. I'm not going to show you the most gruesome picture of this woman, but I'm going to show you a picture of after she had the surgery, because it's not as bad, but it's still bad. But this is just going to show you the extent of her injuries. Oh my God. If you see a chimp without clothes, I said without clothes. If you see a chimp without fur, you'll be able to see how beefy they are. Like, they're straight cock diesel bulk. They're all muscle. They're like pit bulls, but worse. Pit bulls can be just as violent, in my opinion. And they got muscles like that. All right, this is Nash. So this is the woman that ended up losing her face, basically, because her selfish ass friend. Oh yeah, he ripped her hands off. Yup. And they gave her a hand transplant, but it didn't work. Her body rejected it. So that didn't even work. And those eyes are fake. He ripped her eyes out. Right? The Tickle Me Elmo set him off. Can you believe that shit? But it was a gradual accumulation of aggression and anger he had. And one of the main issues was Sandra had him on Xanax. Because again, he started to get out of control. Once the husband died, he started to act like he was the alpha male in the house, and he started to take over. He started to take the car keys. That's exactly what happened that day. He went to get the car keys. He was about to go to the store, probably get some dental dam or something to like just block him from having to go down on that lady or whatever. And she was like, Travis, where you going? And he was just like, bitch, I'll be back. And she calls her friend. Why would she call her friend for help? Number one, why wouldn't you call the police? Probably because the police was done with your ass by then. The good thing about her, she still has a sense of humor. She really does. I feel so bad for this woman, though. And again, when Sandra, the owner of the chimp, died, she asked for her body to be buried next to Travis, not her husband. Caleb, that's a woman that got her face chewed off by a chimp. I wouldn't have went either. That's a solid ass friend. Wait a minute, let me see what her sign is. I would have been like, you're on your own. I'd be like, nobody told you to have that. All right, let's see. Charla Nash. What is her birthday? So Charla Nash family, they filed a lawsuit against Sandra Harold, which is good. And the judge froze Harold's assets and valued at $10 million. So this bitch was rich. Well, you would have to be rich taking care of some chimp like that. And she was definitely taking care of him in more ways than one. So Charla Nash, let me pull. Do I have her chart? That's Travis again. I put up Charla Nash, and then all I see is Travis. That's messed up. They're giving more attention to Travis than the woman that got her face chewed off. But basically, the reason why I started off with this story is just to show you the very dark side of Libra, how Libra could go off on the deep end when those scales are totally shifted to that other end. And that's exactly what happened with Travis. And after the fact, there was some like wildlife conservationists and veterinarians that was saying, hey, Scorpio, there was some veterinarians that was saying that you can't have a chimp, a grown-ass male chimp, and treat him like a pet or treat him like a child. That's a grown-ass male, and they're dominant, and eventually they're going to get frustrated with having to be in this subservient position. And mind you, again, he didn't start acting out until that husband died. The husband was able to maintain control because the chimp saw him as the alpha male. And once that husband died, Travis went buck wild. And again, that's what I mean. The scales totally shifted in the other direction when that husband died. And then what made things worse was the fact that he was on Xanax, because Xanax can have horrible side effects, and where the person loses their grip upon reality and all types of stuff. So just think about it. He's on Xanax, and she was probably adjusting the dose and stuff like that. And next thing you know, he's having one of his, what would you call that, psychotic episodes because of the Xanax. And he's already filled with all this pent-up aggression and resentment. And he sees this woman that he already know. He probably didn't like her ass anyway. Because, that's another thing. They probably dumbed Travis down in some ways too. So Travis was smart as hell, right? Which means that he probably had a really good understanding of the English language. So how do we know that Charla and Sandra wasn't talking shit about Travis on occasion? So maybe that happened. And then when Travis saw Charla holding his Tickle Me Elmo, he was probably like, oh, and like I say, he was coming down off of that Xanax anyway. So yeah, that's the dark side of Libra, all right. Now, does anybody feel sorry for Travis, or do you feel like he got what he deserved getting shot like that? I mean, in some respect, it wasn't his fault because he was just a chimp. But they tried to make him to be more than what he was supposed to be. And that's that Sun conjoined to the Libra North Node. So at the end of the day, he didn't have the mental capabilities to act like a human would. But then again, if you think about the other end of humanity, there's some humans that chimp out, right? There's some humans that will act like that and that will kill people and attack them in very vicious and violent ways like that. So that kind of also shows you that maybe even the fact that he was humanized caused him to become even more aggressive. Maybe they were letting him watch violent shit on TV and all types of stuff. So you got to think about that too. Callie said, I feel bad for Travis because he belonged in the wild, not surrounded by humans. He had zero control. Yeah, we're going to change the picture. So who can we put up next? Let's talk about Cardi B. Get her out the way. Now, about the divorce, did she say the real reason why, or is she just saying irreconcilable differences? And I'm going to tell y'all how late to the game I am with this shit, with these young people. Her boobs are weird. Wait till y'all see this picture. But, all right, let's get rid of this. Because I think y'all been traumatized enough. Let's get rid of old Travis. Okay. Yeah, we'll just name it X since she about to be an X. Okay. Yeah, I'm about to tell y'all how late to the game I be. This new rap game. Because again, I'm from the old school. So I didn't take none of these dudes seriously in terms of the rap game until this very year. Like, I'm talking about that trap music and stuff. Like, I'm really new to it. Some of the songs I knew and liked. But because, again, I got those Bose headphones, like, it just opened me up to the trap world. And I do like some of the songs. So I didn't realize that Offset. So I knew that she was married to a dude named Offset. But I didn't realize that Offset is a member of Migos. And I was like, oh, I was like, that's who Offset is. So again, I'm real slow at this. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I like Migos. I was like, okay. Yeah, you said stop blaming Bose. No, I kid you not. I did not give trap music a chance before those Bose headphones because I'm a serious bass chick. So that bass is what really got me. But yeah, I did not know this dude was part of Migos. So look at her boobs. Don't they look weird? Kayla B said, Migos is the Destiny's Child of this generation. They look like eggplants. Migos is the Destiny's Child of this generation. Everyone knows them. So Love said, Migos is a flop group now. I love stir fry, Habisha. And the kitchen is twisted like a stir fry. Dance with my dogs in the nighttime. Yeah, I like that. Lilith said, Offset don't even look like he worth all that struggle, right? He looks weird. Them three dudes in Migos look kind of weird, period, to me. But did she say why she's getting a divorce? Like, did she just mention irreconcilable differences? Oh, I like Bad and Bougie, too. My bitch, Bad and Bougie. Yeah. And it ain't even really the lyrics. It's the beats of those songs. That's what really be getting me. If I could dance to it, I'm on it. Hey, somebody gave me a cash app. So you got a question? Or you just paying me because you love me? Oh, so they're back. I had a feeling they were back together. I was not feeling that divorce vibe. So Dana, thank you for your cash app. Do you have a question? Modest, who you talking about? Who's trans? Aaron said, Offset looks like he smells like Black and Miles and Cool Water. Maybe she just did it for publicity. Maybe she wasn't planning on divorcing him, period. Now let me look and see what her relationship profile is like. He bought her a $5,000 Rolls Royce. That shit is rented. Let me stop. Nah, for real. These rappers don't be having as much money as they claim unless they own their own publishing and they're the producer as well as the rapper and all that. So I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical about that $500,000 Rolls Royce. Or like I said, that shit could be a rental. They could be renting that shit for a year. A lot of times these so-called rich people be doing that. Damn, Habisha said he bought that car with Cardi's own money. God damn, that's fucked up. She can't drive? Well, it makes sense. She's a New Yorker. A lot of New Yorkers don't drive. I'm telling you, he didn't buy her that car. That shit's a rental. And guess what? I'd probably do that shit too if I was rich. I probably, and I'm talking about kind of hood rich, not like rich rich. If I was hood rich and I needed to flex because I was a rapper or whatever, shit, I would rent a car, lease that shit maybe for a year, and then lease another car for another year or whatever like that. A lot of times that's what those cars are. They're leases or they're rentals. Love Moore says she can drive. She just doesn't have a license. Oh. All right, so let's look at Cardi's chart. I also like that song by A$AP Rocky. What's it called? He be like, flocka, 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 flocka. And then I like that song, Telephone. He be like, ring, 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 postman. He sound all sweet when he say that. Makes sense, he's a Libra. Postman. And I like when he be like, walk this walk, walk this walk, walk this walk. When that beat drop, oh yeah. All right. I should play that right now. Postman. Okay, what am I looking? Oh, I'm looking for Cardi B's chart. I know Cardi B got Venus and Scorpio. She got Venus and Scorpio conjoined to Pluto. That's a perfect recipe for infidelity. And she's an 11. Them 11s have it hard in relationships. And that could deal with where she's dominant and he's dominant. So if one of them are not willing to be submissive, and in her case, since she's the Libra, I don't know what Offset sign is. What's his sign? Since she's the Libra, she's gonna be, even though she acts all tough and stuff, she probably starts purring like a little kitten when she's around him. But still, that 11 is still going to play out, usually through love triangles. He's a Sagittarius. Damn, makes sense why he was cheating so hard. So, hey, Latasha. So usually, hey, Terica. Hey, NYC. So usually it starts off that 11 is very prone to love triangles. I am so sweaty right now. It's still hot where I'm at. All right. So she got Mars in Cancer. Is Offset is he a little twinkle toes? Does he have a little twinkle in his eye? Let me look at that. Does he have a little twinkle? That Mars in Cancer can deal with where she gets with a man that can be rather effeminate in some ways. And he is one of those metrosexuals, ain't he? Mega Man said he's an 11 too. Oh shit, jump back. You're headed for a life of... we're going to get into that too. Some of the numbers that are better off for relationships and some of the numbers that are more challenging. So 11 can be very challenging for a relationship. And again, like I said, oftentimes it can deal with love triangles. He does look kind of dirty, don't he? So her baby is a Cancer. So with her having Mars in Cancer, so again, she can attract men that are a little soft, and he does look a little soft. He's the type that probably will cry at the drop of a hat. He don't mind. Also, that Mars in Cancer, that can have him chasing women all the time. Like, he can't stop. It can also cause him to be physically abusive. But I bet you Cardi likes that because she got an Aries moon. That right there is that mutual reception they got, where his Mars is in Cancer, her moon is in Aries. That's domestic violence. They probably got a bunch of broken dishes all up in their house. He probably done threw her shoes out already, and she done threw out all his Balmain jeans out and True Religion jeans, whatever's hot right now. And they done fighting like cats and dogs, but then they make up, have wonderful sex, and then it's a brand new day. That's that type of relationship. But again, Venus, and this is what I mean about relationships where you got to be honest about what you're working with. So she got Venus conjoined to Pluto. So it's a high chance it don't matter who she gets with. Oh, she hits him. Okay. It makes sense. Because he does look kind of soft, like I said. But the bottom line is domestic violence with that Mars in Cancer. And with that moon in Aries, it would make sense. And she got Chiron in Leo. That makes sense too. She got Chiron square Pluto. She could get real violent. So yeah, I'm sure they fight like cats and dogs, but then they make up and all that. Habisha said that is what she said. She loves him and hated him sometimes. I think she's bipolar. Well, her moon is in quincunx with Pluto. That's not fun. That can make her like have these extreme emotional reactions at times. She'll be in the same predicament next month. Lovemore said Cardi B will fight at the drop of a hat. Yup, that's that combination of the Aries moon, Mars, and Cancer. She'll burn a house down too. And I wouldn't be surprised if she was involved in a house that was on fire at some point, maybe in the early part of her life, but it can happen later on too. And with that hookup, she might try to burn the house down with Offset in it if he takes her too far. Like if he takes things too far. Damn it, I'm going to have to get my pimple cream because there is this bump that's just tap dancing on my face. Oh my God. I wouldn't be able to show my face tonight if I wanted to with this bump. Bump, bump, bump. Little Kim is a number 11, y'all. 11s can have it hard with love. Lil said, she said, but the dick though. I bet his dick ain't even that good. Probably ain't. And what's up with that look he's giving? I don't like that look. It look like he's like plotting on somebody, and it could be he's looking at a dude plotting on him. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get that later on. Mega Man says she would always fight with strippers in love and hip hop. That Mars and Cancer can also deal with where she's very much into women too, at least sexually. I'm done. Love said he looks like the Dionne Warwick. I'm done. Oh, I got tea tree oil. I should put some of that on. You sure tea tree oil's not going to make it worse? Because don't you got to dry out a bump? I made a mistake and Google acne on YouTube. Boy, them thumbnails, I quickly hit reverse or I quickly hit the backspace because I just wanted to see like certain treatments for acne. And I don't even have a problem with acne like that, but I do have problems like sometimes with whiteheads, and every now and then I'll get a bump like now. But I've always, my heart had, hey Marcus, my heart has always gone. Oh yeah, I heard about toothpaste. My heart has always gone out for people that had severe acne. And at one time, I kind of wanted to be a dermatologist just so I could heal their face. So there was this video I was watching where it was really dealing with veganism, but there was this one guy and he just had horrible acne. And I was just like, I felt so bad for it. Like, I just want to heal their skin. And I just feel like I could come up with some type of solution for it, but I know it's not easy because people have been trying to come up with a remedy for that for years. But I got a story about that too. So my oldest daughter knew this girl when she was in high school, and she had like horrible acne like that where it was all over her face, red. You know, people back in the day, they would call that a pizza face. Now, I'm not trying to be, funny or nothing, but that's what they would call it, just to give you a picture representation. So she was Mexican, and her parents took her down to Mexico, and she got an exorcism because Mexicans, they're real spiritual like that. She got an exorcism. When she came back, her face started clearing up. I was like, what? I wouldn't be surprised if for some people it is some type of demonic infestation that's coming out through the skin. So maybe you need to be healed internally or spiritually, because that acne is no joke. It keeps coming back and coming back like a vampire. And it's like a combination of Aries and Scorpio, especially like that cystic acne. That's a combination of like Aries and Scorpio. Aries alone deals with acne. Mars deals with acne. But then the Scorpio side, that's that where it's all accumulating under your skin, and then where it forms these cysts and all that. And then just taking the pus, like squeezing bumps, that's Scorpio all day. So you might have people with strong Scorpio energy. They like to squeeze bumps. I like to squeeze bumps too, with my Scorpio North Node. Amor said, I still have some acne, and my heart goes out to people who have struggled with it. Yeah. Scorpio said, fitting for me, and almost 40 and still get acne. Lil said, I have Aries and Saturn in the first house. Struggle with acne since I was 13 and still going through. Oh, yeah. Saturn and Aries can produce acne all day. I teach that in my class. Yup. Sandy said, I have scars on my back. Face is clearing up nicely. Nice. So what do y'all think is the best remedy for acne? Do you think it's something internal, or do you think it's something that topical, that like a cream you just put on your face? Because I think it's more internal. I think a lot of it deals with your diet. Also, just maybe some issues like from a past life that you need to rectify on a spiritual level. The light said, yes, acne and other disorders are spiritual. Acne is a sign of insecurities. Wow, that would make sense, the light. I know, there's always going to be some spiritual component to all this stuff. Spiritual underlying reason why a person goes through certain struggles like that. Now, Saturn in the first house alone, that could produce some type of issue with the skin. Not always, but a lot of times there might be an issue with the skin, whether it's very dry skin. If it's like Saturn and Pisces, the person can have very oily skin. If it's Saturn and Aries, they can have acne, like somebody mentioned. If it's Saturn and Sagittarius, they can have an excess of skin. You know how somebody, like that's a perfect representation of Saturn and Sagittarius in the first, because Saturn can deal with losing weight, right? So let's say you got a real fat person, they get the gastric bypass, and then next thing you know, they lose all that weight, and now they got all this excess skin just hanging down. That could be Saturn and Sagittarius in the first house. So excess of skin. Eczema, a lot of times, that's going to be Saturn and Pisces, Saturn in the 12th house. Oh, Janelle said burdock root. Now, somebody just sent me a Cash App. Do you have a question? And then, who else sent me a Cash App? Because I'm not sure if I got your question. Janelle said everything is spiritual but manifests physical. Yeah, my oldest daughter has eczema. She has it bad. But hers is like more environmental and stress related. So if she goes to certain areas, or if she's in like a nasty ass house, she'll have like a flare up of eczema. So that's what happened when she traveled to Philly one time, and she had a horrible case of eczema on her feet and on her hands. I felt so bad for her. Connect said, days that I have to wear my mask for long periods, I notice my skin gets bad. Yup, I've been hearing about people having skin problems because of the mask. Oh, speaking of that, I was mask off in a store today, and I was so happy. I felt like a champ because I do have a defiant side, as a lot of y'all already know. And I went into the Circle K convenience store, and I saw that the cashier didn't have a mask on, and then there was a couple of other people in the store with no mask on. I ripped my mask off with pride, stuffed it in my bag, and was like, hello, can I get a lottery scratcher? And she didn't say a damn thing. She served me, and I was like, wow, that felt good. Now, I don't think that's going to happen too often, but it damn sure felt good that I didn't have to wear a mask. And I do still feel like a punk, though, because if everybody was masked, I would have had my mask on. But since I saw other people with masks. Oh, yeah, Janelle, what's your question? Thank you. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I hate the mask, too. I'd rather take my chances. And I don't even think the threat is that bad, like they're saying. Now, it could get bad at some point. But I still rather take my chances than have to wear that damn mask. But I be defiant. I be having it halfway down my face and stuff like that. And I do have a fixed star that's conjoined to my moon that makes me defiant. Manubrium. So yeah, I could be defiant. So, but not too defiant where I'm not obeying any type of rules and stuff. I don't like causing conflict. I don't like giving store people a hard time, which is why I just wear the mask when you're required to. But let me see the cashier not wearing a mask. I'm not wearing one either, damn it. But anyway, back to this acne, because I'm fascinated by certain health disorders. So EM said, metaphysical meaning for acne, can't face anything, need to confront more often. That's kind of like what the light was saying about the insecurities. That's deep. Lovemore said, Rahbinah, go to Walgreens and get the acne cream by Neutrogena called Persagel. I used to get that. It's that clear one. What I have now is the clean and clear one where it's white. So it's all, blatant on your face. Yes, Capricorn deals with the skin. So I used to have beautiful skin, and now it's just falling apart. It's just breaking apart. The whiteheads are just out of control ever since Pluto has entered my first house. And it's going to be in my... But thank God it's going to be going into Aquarius in a couple of years. But here's my Cash App. Oh, Janelle, where you at with your question? I'm going to have to scroll back up. All right, Janelle says, should I launch my shop this year or next year? Aqua Rising. Now, I like that question. I love business questions. So, should you launch your shop this year or next year? Good question. Oh, I think that's the one I have a little more. The Persigel. Yeah, those work, but they'll dry the hell out of your skin. You gotta use that sparingly, but that's the one I go to because the bump will be gone in like a day. But this one's kind of stubborn, and it's right under my eye, and it looks like somebody smacked me under my eye because it's pink. You got the King of Cups, which to me says you can launch your store now, but it might be best to just wait until the new year just to kick things off, appropriately with new things coming. I definitely wouldn't launch it during Mercury retrograde, so that would mean you would have to wait until after November 3rd. Now, when I see that King of Cups, I think a beta male, right? So you can launch it this year, but have it more like a beta test than the real deal. You get what I'm saying? Because the King of Cups, he is a beta male. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, launch it, but with the intent that this is just a beta stage. And then by the time the next year, you'll be at that alpha stage. Because it's going to be touch and go in the beginning anyway. So don't expect too much too soon. And the way you do that is to say, yes, I'm in my beta stage. Now, Janelle said yes, plus Sag moon, so maybe in December. Yes. Okay. But King of Cups, that's just a good sign that you're on your way to success anyway. So that's good. Love More said, I don't know, use a moisturizer after. Moisturizers are must-wear acne creams. They're supposed to be drying to get rid of the bump. Didn't somebody else have a question too? Oh, you're welcome, Brittany. Okay, Brittany, thank you for your cash app. What's your question? RDK approved said, Rahbinah, start taking primrose oil and vitamin E capsules and use benzoyl peroxide. Okay. I have vitamin E oil. I don't like the way that smells. Yeah, Dana. Okay, thank you, Dana. So you said, Brittany, I'm going to get to you in a minute. Thank you so much, Brittany, for your cash app. Post your question. Now, Dana said, am I doing what I'm supposed to do in my career? That's a good question, too. Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? I got the Eight of Pentacles. You can't ask for a better card when it comes to are you doing what you're supposed to be doing in terms of your career, because this is the labor of love card. So definitely continue down the road. Now you might want to decide to specialize though more in terms of what you're currently doing. So what are you currently doing? Lil said, I sometimes use aspirins, crush them, and use them on my face. They're pretty good. Divine Thoughts said, I do readings too. Hit my line. Wait a minute, Divine. Oh, thank you, Siobhan. I was like, that caught me off guard. I'm like, wait a minute, Divine. I know you ain't trying to step on my toes now. Now, you know good and well that is not appropriate. I wouldn't think about doing that to somebody. But this is the topic of relationships, and everybody's different. Siobhan had my back. She was like, nope. She was like, you out of here. Brittany said, oh, wait a minute. Where you at, Dana? What's your response? All right. While Dana's responding, Brittany said, oh, Divine, you said, no, it's not. It's for free. But still, I wouldn't go on somebody's channel and do that, even if I was offering free readings, though. Because that's just something you really don't want to do on somebody else's channel. I just know I wouldn't do that to somebody. Now, but, people are different. Brittany said, I'm talking to this guy long distance who I dated a few years back. Could he be my next relationship or not? He's a lot older than me and a bit jaded. What's his sign? So you said, what's your sign and what's his sign? I'm talking to this guy long distance who I dated a few years back. Could be my next relationship or not. Is this going to be your next relationship? And we're going to segue into relationships right after this question because, we got to do Marcus next though. So could this be your next relationship? Oh, I used to wash my face with honey, Lilith. I love washing my face with honey. I need to get back to that. So right now you work to the hospital, but you're not feeling fulfilled. I had a feeling. That's why I was saying look to specialize. So you got the World card. Where you at, Brittany? Which is about finishing what you started. So I would say yes, this is headed towards your next relationship. But that's if you want it to happen that way. So you said he's a bit older and a bit jaded. That might be what you need instead of some man that's all hot in the pants, all enthusiastic and stuff. Because a lot of times that enthusiasm is not just being directed towards you. You get what I'm saying? It's being directed towards other females. But if you get with an old ass man that's kind of jaded with shit, he might have already done like burnt out to the point where he don't want to deal with all these other women. He just ready to settle down. So that's what that could be. All right. Thank you for your super chat, Marcus. So Marcus said, funny question, but in the future, when I'm older, will I suffer from balding or thinning of the hair? Or will it remain how it is now? I'm worried because my father is bald, but he is bald by choice. Marcus, you are funny. But I like this question. So are you going to be balding or thinning of hair when you get older? How very vain of you. Marcus, you are kind of vain. That's that Leo energy. All right, let's see. But nobody wants to go bald, I'm sure. Nobody wants thinning hair. But you got a lot of hair. So you got 10 of cups. You know what that tells me? You're going to end up with a full head of hair, even in old age. So you know how you got some men that are all balding and they look like one of those friars, those monks? You're not going to turn out like that. You're going to keep a full head of hair, which is pretty nice. That 10 of cups, when you think about it, that if I could show you the image of the 10 of cups, it looks like some curls on top of the head. And it looks like it's, these curls are pretty thick. Yes, Brittany. But that's if you wanted to go that way. Because again, that World card is about finishing what you started and going all the way. Like Jeffrey Osborne said, was it Jeffrey Osborne? He was like, we're going all the way. If the two of us don't want it, I lay my money on it. Starting today. We're going all the way. Was that Jeffrey Osborne? I'm going to be singing some love songs because it's Libra season. But for me, you abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. Just a vacancy. Love don't live here anymore. Oh, thank you. Thank you, C. I'm going to keep you anonymous, C. C Boogie. I'm going to call you C Boogie. Love don't live here anymore. Janelle said no. Degrees? What you mean degrees? Mega Man said, I've been listening to lots of Bob Marley during this season. Don't let them fool you. Oh, no. Or even try to school you. Hey, Jules. We got the mind of our own. So go to hell if what you're thinking is not right. Love will never leave us alone. Know what I used to love by Bob Marley? I don't know if you know this one. Where you at? Mega Man, do you know this one? Pimper's Paradise. Pimper's Paradise. That's all she was, yeah. A pimper's paradise. I love Carly Simon. That's all she was. Whoa, pimper's paradise. That's all she was, yeah. He's like, she likes to party, have a good time. Wait a minute, what's that Carly Simon song? You belong to me. I love that song. Wait a minute. How do you need to know? Don't you know that I'm your only girl? Wait, how does that go? You don't have to prove to me that you're beautiful to strangers. I've got loving eyes of my own. You belong to me. That's my shit. I know, Lilith. That's my Mars and Gemini. Oh, I love that song she sang, Coming Around Again. Oh, you hit me up on Facebook. No, you didn't. You know I don't like going on the book. Wait, let me. You belong to me. I love that song she sings, Coming Around Again. So don't mind if I fall apart. There's more room in a broken heart. I believe in love. What else can I do? I'm so in love with you. That was my shit. It's coming around again. That's what it is. Okay. Will my situation improve over the next 6 months? Thank you, RDK. Thank you for your super chat. I'll get to your question in a minute. So will your situation improve over the next 6 months? What did Jay-Z say in the backward mass? He was like, 666, murder, murder, Jesus. Do y'all remember those conspiracy videos where they was basically putting Jay-Z on blast? They was like, 666, murder, murder, Jesus. I was like, wow, Jay-Z, wow. All right, you got the 9 of Cups, so that's a definite yes. You're going to be sitting pretty in New York City. Maybe not in New York City, but you're going to be feeling kind of high sedity. Hey, a rhyme. So, 9 of Cups, you can't ask for something better. I mean, that's one of the best cards out the deck. That's, the wish fulfillment card. You get what you want at the end of the day. It might take a while, but hey. Smile. All right. Okay, so let's go to RDK said, I'm pregnant and engaged. No cards needed, just prayers. 6 to 9 months ago, I was single, flying out, planning retirement, now planning for a baby, new step, children, and crazy fiance. Well, I will keep you in my prayers. What's your sign, RDK? And many blessings to you and that little baby that you're carrying right now. And many blessings to your soon-to-be husband and you. Are y'all having a traditional wedding where you're going to actually have a ceremony? Or are y'all going to the Justice of the Peace, City Hall? So you're a Scorpio? Well, Scorpios, they go through that rebirth. See, you was about to just hang it up. You was getting ready for retirement. And the universe was like, stop in the name of love. Before you break my heart. All right, Love More said, Rahbinah, you're not asking why all that happened in 6 months during quarantine. Well, they was getting busy. So y'all going to Vegas. So y'all doing that Vegas wedding. That's exciting. That's very exciting. Then y'all gonna get the honeymoon suite and all that. Check out the shows. Yeah, how old are you, RDK? I didn't want to ask, but since Love More put it out there, I'm kind of like discreet with some of my questions, but since Love More put it out there, how old are you? Because you said you was planning for retirement. Scorpios have Uranus in our solar 7, shaking stuff up quickly. Oh, so you must be doing well financially to be ready for retirement at 36. Happy birthday in advance. That's what's up. So you're still young. You ain't old at all. And 36, I don't think that's a bad age to have a child because, you're still young enough to have that energy to chase that child around, but you're old enough to be more wiser and more responsible. So that's good. 36. All right, let's get Cardi B off. Wait, did we even finish with Cardi? We basically did. I mean, it's not much to talk about her. This is another one I want to talk about because he's a Libra. He's recently been in a little hot water, and I don't think I really addressed it about what went down with him. But he is hella annoying to me, and y'all probably already know who I'm talking about. And no, it's not Will Smith, but he's just as annoying as Will Smith to me, basically. And I don't know, there's a part of me that kind of feels sorry for him because he seems so lost. Looking like he stole his granny's turban. She like, Nicholas, did you take my turban again? You lousy motherfucker. Yeah. He's annoying. Now, you know he got in some hot water with the Jews because he basically said the Jews were not Jews or something, that the blacks were Jews. But didn't he get into some other hot water too recently? I don't know, but he needs to take his grandmother's turban off. I can't stand that look. And again, he looks so unsure of himself, and that is the dark side of Libra, to be unsure of yourself unless you're surrounded by people that are going to boost you up or bolster you. And a lot of times they'll rely on relationships for that, like how he got with Mariah Carey. I wouldn't mind a turban my damn self, but I don't want my man wearing a turban. Love Moore said he does have good taste in women, though. Mariah ain't all that, though. Millionaire said he looks like his stroke game is weak. Oh, so he got Mars and Scorpio divine? Let's see. I got his chart right here. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your number. Don't you worry. I said, hey. He got Mars conjoining Uranus. That could be a little twinkle Mars. That little setup. He could be a little twinkle toes. Mars conjoining Uranus and Scorpio, mind you. I love Mariah Carey too. She's just crazy as all get out. Poochie said he a sellout for apologizing for speaking nothing but facts. So he got that Mars conjoined to Uranus, which can mean that he's part of a movement. Isn't he part of the, what is that? Is it the Moors or the Hebrew Israelites or something like that? That's like him being affiliated. Siobhan said is he a seducer or is it the money? I think he's basically gay, but he doesn't want to come out and admit it, which is why he got with Mariah Carey, because Mariah wanted a child. He probably wanted a child, and she was the perfect beard. The Light said, I love Nick, but he has 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Ain't that the truth with his sun conjoining the moon, Pluto, and then he got Saturn in Libra, but it's not conjoined to those other planets. But both his sun and moon are at the 16th degree of Libra. He got some shit to hide. But that 16th degree can deal with that turban. And let's see what Neptune's doing. So he got Sun, Moon, and Pluto in sextile with Neptune. No, that Sun and Moon is too far away for a sextile. And he don't have any Pisces energy. But he could. I wonder if he's a Pisces rising, because that would deal with that turban. He got baby number 4 on the way. He throwing the dick like that? I think he's pretty much done with the wilding out, especially because he sued them. You don't sue the Jews and come out clean. They might put a hit out on him. Cameron said Nick Cannon looks like he asked exactly how you want him to do it, what he is about to do before he does it, and I can't. I totally get you. That is like the worst. You might as well just go home. Go home and get in your own bed because you can't do nothing for me. Love Moore said, yeah, Nick has a long dating history. He dated a lot of famous women, including Kim Kardashian. Ronan said, Mariah looks like Michael Myers. Millionaire said, I want... Oh, you did it with the Michael Myers. I had to have the picture representation. I hate you for that. No, you didn't. Now, Habisha said men are modelizers and community D. Lil says skinny legend Mariah Carey. Mega Man said Libras are not known to be gay. It's Aquarius and Gemini. Look, all of the signs can be gay to a certain extent. I'm not saying all signs. You know what I'm saying. There's gay men of every sign. That's what I wanted to say. Cusp of Power said, thank you for the super chat. Aries, Taurus, Moon and Leo, Mars and Venus and Gemini. What do I need to know right now? Okay, so you want that open-ended reading. What do you need to know right now? I'm sorry, I don't believe that a man can be straight when Mars conjoined to Uranus in Scorpio. I just don't believe it unless he's channeling that energy into something very Uranian, and I don't see him doing something very Uranian, except for, like I said, being part of that Hebrew Israelites or whatever. What group is he in? But if we're talking about these modern days and times, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a totally straight man with that hookup. It's almost inevitable that he's done some, I'll say, it's almost inevitable that he's done some type of experimenting. So let me go back to your question. Cusp of Power. Hour of Power. What do I need to know right now? Sun showers, it's the sign of the power. You feeling you, oh baby. You got the Ace of Pentacles, which means that you got a new connection on the horizon. Did you meet a new friend recently? Because you're heading for a new beginning. Now, in some cases, this Ace of Pentacles can deal with a move, like moving to a better place. But in some cases, it could just deal with a positive change in status. In other cases, it can mean that you're about to get your hands on some nice money, or you're looking for a salary increase in the future. You might be ready for a salary increase, but this Ace of Pentacles can also deal with health concerns too. So you might decide to start taking some supplements. Maybe you might have to in the future. How's your diet? Could your diet be improved? Are you focused on your health? But that Ace of Pentacles, I like that card. I mean, that's good in terms of what's coming for you or what the message is. So that message is basically it's time to create a new foundation, whether that new foundation is a new job, a new home, a new friend, because you realize that the current friend you have is not really in your corner like that. So basically, it's basically meaning also that you need to focus more on the practical side of life. If you're more of the dreamer type, it's time to really get real with yourself and really start planning for the future and really start carving out the right type of path that you would like to take and take charge of your destiny. But I love that Ace of Pentacles card because the first thing I think of is money, of course. With my Capricorn moon rising, I respond pretty well when somebody got their hand out about to give me some money. That's a quick way to get my attention. Now, Latima said, can you answer my super chat, please? Yes. I'm sorry, Latima. Sometimes this chat goes so fast, I might miss one. So definitely call me out on it. Not in a mean way, you know what I mean. But let me know if I happen to overlook your super chat. So Latima said, hey, I'm a Cancer sun and Aquarius moon. Wow, what a combination. It's like, let me stop. So you're a Cancer sun with Aquarius moon. Can you tell me about myself? Well, home can be rather unconventional in some cases, or it could be where you're going to have a drastic change in terms of your living situation at various points in your life. Really, you might not be tied down to any place in particular, especially even though you're a Cancer sun. Now, I'm going to pull a card for you because I want to know what your main, I'm going to say what the main theme of your life is. That Aquarius moon really takes away from that Cancer need for closeness. But you got the Ten of Cups, which is very much about family. But that's that home situation that I was talking about. So there might come a time where you move far away from your place of birth, or where you drastically change your home living situation. And it can also just mean that issues with your family, maybe, maybe you're following too much about what your family has set forth or what your family wants, but really you got to liberate yourself of that. Because that Aquarius moon can deal with where you got to liberate yourself of some of those family ties. Love more. Oh my God. I don't even watch him because I can't stomach somebody that looks like that. Let me stop. But no, he really did something disgusting. Is that what you're getting at, Love more? RDK said, yes, I do. I don't know. So you do plan on moving soon. Okay, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Change in terms of home. Now, when you change your home, you say your family. So yeah, you might find it where you got to cut ties to your family at some point. And if that's the case, so what? I'm a firm believer that just because it's your family, you don't have to put up with shit. See, family, and this is the interesting thing about that moon in Aquarius, because that can deal with you got family that has a sense of entitlement towards you, where they feel like they could do whatever to you or treat you any old type of way. You're always supposed to be there for them or whatever. And it's like sometimes you just got to cut the cord. Sometimes it's just too much drama. Oh, dude was at a restaurant sitting outside and he took a napkin and just blew like a nasty loogie up in a restaurant napkin. I mean, you could tell this snot was just thick and yellow. I didn't see the snot, thank God. But he just did all the I can't even do it. But yeah, he like blew his nose with all his might, like all the contents of his lungs came up into that dinner napkin right at the table while family was enjoying their food. I only checked out like a couple of minutes of his video one time, and right away I knew I didn't like him. And it had nothing to do with the content because I didn't even pay attention to even really listen to what he was saying. I'm sometimes the type of person that will judge a book by its cover, and when I saw what he looked like and how his demeanor was, I was like, no thank you. I'm cool. He ain't doing nothing for me. All right, we got, thank you, Aaron, for your super chat. Aaron said, am I really an old soul? How can I make this work for me in the present? My birthday is 4/21/1980. So you said, am I really an old soul? Do you feel like an old soul, or did somebody tell you we're an old soul? You tired? Is that what it is? You tired of living already? Even though you still young, you still got it, but you tired. Now, that it's funny, I got the Ace of Pentacles like I got for somebody else. Now that Ace of Pentacles could deal with where maybe you need to tap into some of your past life energy to help you out in this current life. So I would suggest you get a reading, whether it's by me or some other astrologer or whatever, so that they can discuss what's going on with your South Node and take you from there, because more than likely you got some positive aspects involving your South Node, which means that you done carried over some of your past life gifts into this current lifetime that can help you out, that can take you to the next level. So that's what I would do. And it looks like there's something that you could do on a creative yet practical level where you could make money. So you might want to explore that as well. Something that you can make with your hands, but that'll bring in a lot of money. Because you need to be more firmly attached to the earth. Even though you're a Taurus, you need to be more grounded. So there must be something in your chart that's not really having you firmly planted upon the earth where you could really do the most good. Hey, yes, Tarot, how you doing? Now, Habisha, thank you for your super chat. You said, what and who do you see me in my romantic future? Wait a minute. You said, what and who do you see in my romantic future? Aqua Sun, Pisces Moon, Libra Rising, Venus in Aries, Mars in Sag, Pisces in the 12th. What and who? Wait a minute, what? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I'm gonna answer the what. What do I see in your romantic future? And after I do this, we're going to get into the philosophical discussion about relationships. And then we're going to go back to a few celebrity readings. And then I'm going to get out of here because I got work to do. Yep, we're approaching 2 hours. So you said, what do I... So Amore Ray. So I got you in a minute. Thank you for your super chat. So you said, what do I see in terms of your romantic future? All I know is you need to be as independent as possible, whoever you get with. Okay, you got the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups is a very romantic card. It's a very dreamy card. It can deal with where you do fall in love, maybe love at first sight even. But you got to be careful with that Knight of Cups because a lot of times all is not what it seems. So that could deal with you get with a person that's very flaky. 1 minute they're all into you. Next minute it's like you don't even exist. So this is a touch and go card very much in terms of like it can produce some really good moments, some really good dates, romantic getaways, even good sex where you get all emotional with it and you start crying and shit. Ladies, have y'all ever did that? Now you know that's some good dick if the dude got you crying. Who has cried during sex? And I think men don't like that shit. I think that makes them feel very uncomfortable when you start crying during sex. But I've had some dick that was that damn good where the tears start flowing out of my eyes and I be hearing those violins and shit sound like I just made it to the gates of heaven and shit. It'd be like, ah. Women, if you ever cried during sex, press 1. Holla if you hear me. Press 1 if you ever cried during sex. I'll be the first one to press 1. I'm telling you, that'd be that. If a dude never broke you down emotionally like that, you haven't had good sex yet. You still a virgin. Now, dudes. Now I know this is rare for dudes. Men, have you ever had sex so good where you broke down and started crying? But y'all might be crying like, damn, I don't want to fall in love with this bitch. I don't want to fall in love. Lativa said, I cry all the damn time. Lilith said, I wish. Oh, Lilith, you got to get it. Yes, Tarot said 1, but it wasn't all that. All that. She said all that. Janelle said, LMAO, 1, I was in the bathroom. Lil said I went blind for a few seconds, though. Damn. One time I went kind of speechless. I ain't even gonna lie. I couldn't even talk for a minute. Love Moore said that type of stuff scares me. Yeah, you better be scared when that shit happens. Go ahead, Gina. Okay, all right, we got to deal with Amore's question, but let me see. Did I fully answer your question? So, yeah. So, romance is coming in. It makes sense because you got that Pisces moon. Now, with that Pisces moon, you can attract a dude that's going to treat you very well, like a princess. You're going to be on top of the world. But then, like I said, he could also be flaky at the same time. So when you're with him, it's real good. But then there could be a lot of downtime, and he might be sending you mixed messages, and he might also be just one of those Don Juans. And there's a high chance with your Mars in Sagittarius, you can attract the Don Juan type that while he's whining and dining you, he's thinking about whining and dining the next woman the next week. So it might be the situation where 1 week on, you're 1 week on, the other chick's the other week. Like 1 week on, 1 week off. Thank you, Amor, for your super chat. So Amor says, what does a Mars in Scorpio placement mean for a woman? I think the universe helped me to dodge a bullet with a woman who has this placement. Now, if the woman is a lesbian, she's going to be the one embodying that Mars. If she's straight, a lot of times she's going to project that Mars energy. She's going to project a lot of it onto the men that she attracts. So, the lesbian that has Mars in Scorpio, she's going to be very controlling, very power hungry, could be manipulative, could have this thing where she actually prefers to be in the type of relationships where there's a bunch of emotional turmoil, where there's all this drama. Like, this could be the type of person where they're not happy unless there's some problem in the relationship that needs to be solved. This can also be a woman that wants to choke you during sex, or wants to do other stuff like stick weird objects up your coochie and stuff like that. Wants to just play around with you like you're a rag doll or something like that. Almost like experiment with you. But then can leave you high and dry when you don't do things according to their wishes. Just know that more than likely she's going to be the dominant one in the relationship, but she might also be the more emotional one as well, having these breakdowns and stuff, talking about she going to kill herself. Don't be surprised you got to hold her hand at 3 a.m. in the psychiatric ward. Love Moore said Don Juan doesn't want it over here. Latima said that sounds like me. With your Mars and Scorpio, Liv said I want a rag doll. But yeah, look, I'll just say this, and this is for anybody. Tread carefully when you're dealing with a Mars and Scorpio person, because there's often more than meets the eye. And what that more usually is on the psychotic end. Mars and Scorpio, after all, is the rapist Mars, is the sexual assault Mars, is the deviant Mars, is the criminal Mars, is the abusive Mars. It's the, I'm going to take it from you, Mars, and you ain't going to do nothing about it type of Mars. Now, that's the dark end. On the positive end, Mars and Scorpio can uplift you to the highest of heights and turn you into a better person, whip you into shape, motivate you to go beyond your current threshold. That's the positive part about it. But like I've been saying lately, and this is where we segue into the philosophical part about relationships, a lot of people aren't evolved to be able to really channel certain energies into positive or constructive, or in a constructive manner. And Mars and Scorpio is one of those. It's like you got to be very evolved to take that Mars and Scorpio and turn it into something of the light, because it's naturally dark. So to be able to transmute that energy into light, it's going to take a lot of effort unless you're just naturally evolved coming out the womb. And that's very rare nowadays to be dealing with somebody that's evolved like that. Most people are very much attached to their lower chakra and their lower base desires. Amor said, oh man, the universe definitely helped me in this case. Thank goodness. I am a lesbian and she would have run me over. Oh yes, she would have. See, she's the type that would rape you with a dildo. Trust me. If she's on that dark end, that's how Mars and Scorpio will do it if they're on the dark end. Or, okay, let me stop being so damn extreme. That's on the extreme. But what she could do is, a Mars and Scorpio lesbian, more than likely, they're going to have a strap. They're going to be about that strap life. She might even walk around with the strap on during the day. She might be at work with the strap on. When she got to go pee, P might be running down her leg because she really thinks she got a penis. But she could be the type that, during sex, she could be too rough with you. Taking that dildo, taking that strap and going too hard up in there, not using enough lube. And next thing you know, you got some breakout because that latex or whatever the hell those stuff are made of done mess you up because she done created superficial tears inside the walls of your vagina. I mean, it could get ugly. And then don't let her have, with Mars and Scorpio, she probably got a long list of bitches that she ran through with that dildo. And she may not have sanitized that dildo before you come along. Next thing you know, she passing on the STD that she gave to the other chick with the dildo. And she'll probably have a big ass clit too, because the Mars and Scorpio chicks, like, I don't know all that deep. But I would think that they would. They would have like the clit almost the size of a little mini penis. So that really going to make them feel like they're the man. She going to be like, suck my clit, bitch. I seen one of them too the other day. Don't get me started. I was like, Jesus. We could get into that too, what different genitals might be looking like with different signs. Now, P Max said, I'm a very kind Scorpio lesbian. I've never strapped anyone. Wait, but do you have Mars in Scorpio? That's different. So you might have your sun in Scorpio, but you might not have Mars in Scorpio. That's a whole nother ball game. You said, I'm extremely submissive. I've also never cheated. I don't have a big clit either. But I'm talking about Mars in Scorpio. Do you have Mars in Scorpio? That's a whole nother beast. That amps Scorpio up like a few notches. And trust me, I know there's a bunch of docile Scorpios out there. So I know not all of them are cheaters and stuff like that. But you do got a lot of them that are. Scorpio Forever said, me too. I've seen porn like that. Thank you, Yes Tarot, for your super chat. P Mac felt some type of way November 5th. Oh, yeah, you're a 5. That helps to kind of straighten out some of that Scorpio energy. All right, Yes Tarot said, thank you for your super chat. You said, what information can you share about Leo South Node, Leo Rising, and Leo in Ketu? Man, so you're saying you're a Leo Rising and a Leo South Node? So that can be hard. Just don't, all right, I'll just say this. Don't fall in love. That's the main thing you can do in order to protect yourself, because that's what you got to do. You got to protect yourself from these players out here. And don't take anybody seriously in terms of love and dating. Just make it about fun. Make it about companionship, because you got that North Node in Aquarius. So you have to be very, I'll say even indifferent to the connections that you form. And then if you so happen to come upon love, then that's even better. But see, in this lifetime, you have to be more about companionship. Have a solid companionship with somebody, and then if love happens, look at it as the icing on the cake. So with that, you just can't really afford to fall in love, because you're going to be going on this merry-go-round with different people trying to find love, and it's going to be hard. Not saying you can't find it. You might get little pieces of it, and then it's taken away. And then you get a little piece of it here, and then it's taken away. And then after a while, you done built up a long list of lovers, quote unquote. But yeah. You said, I fall hard. I feel you. With my Saturn in Leo, back in the day, I used to fall hard. But it was more on a superficial fall, not like because I really loved the person. I would fall hard over a cute face and a nice physique. That was always my problem. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? Hey, Veronica. Veronica said, Mars and Scorpio, I inspire people and not into domination. So you're the light end of the Mars and Scorpio. See, but then you got to ask, what type of men do you attract? And that's what I mean. A lot of straight women with Mars and Scorpio, the men that they attract will embody more of that dark side of the Mars and Scorpio than they're embodying on their own. Now, some of them will own more of that Mars, and they might be more of the dominatrix type and stuff like that. Mega Man said Nick Cannon looks like an Indian nerd trying to run class president. Now, with Nick Cannon's Mars conjoined to Uranus, aside from him being suspect, it can deal with where he will set himself against people, and where he could be quite controversial, and even where he can alienate himself. And that's exactly what he did with the Jews. He was getting mad money through that wilding out. And these networks are owned by the Jews. So you got to be careful what you say. Like, if you're going to play the game, you got to play the game right. But because he's a Libra, he got both his sun and moon in Libra. He likes to straddle the fence. He don't want to pick a side. And in that case, he had to pick a side. Picking a side means shut the fuck up. You don't say nothing about these Jews who are your boss. Because that's who they are when you're in the entertainment industry. Everybody knows that. How come Nick Cannon didn't know that? And that's what I mean. I feel like he's lost. Let me look at his Neptune. Oh, yeah. He got Jupiter square Neptune. So he's a little lost. Like, he doesn't do things in a practical manner. So, again, that Jupiter in Virgo is a sign of prudence. So if he was truly being prudent, he would have been more ready to censor his speech. He wouldn't have came out and said that. And again, I'm not saying that he was wrong in what he was saying. Maybe he was totally right. But if you're in that industry, you can't just say whatever you want. You are owned by people. And those people tend to have dark hair and prominent noses. And they tend to talk with that accent, like when you go to the deli and order that corned beef sandwich, that type of shit. Like, you can't go against these people. They run Hollywood, they run the music industry, they run the entertainment world. That's how it is. You can't beat them, so you might as well join them, Nick. But you wanted to be all Mr. Controversial and shit with your Mars conjoined to Uranus and Scorpio, and that's why you got the deal taken from you. So you don't know how to play the game. Because you want to straddle the fence. And that's where Libra gets themselves into trouble. This is why Libra will piss people off. Because they will straddle that damn fence. He said something like the Jews aren't the real Jews and blacks are the real Jews. And you can't say that to them. Even if it's true. Because truth be told, those Ashkenazi Jews, which are the ones that run Hollywood and stuff, they aren't the Jews of the Bible. That's true. But if you're in Hollywood, you can't say stuff like that. You can't be truthful. And with his Mars conjoining Uranus, that can deal with where he does have a drive to be truthful. Oh, you can contact me via email. One thing about nose rings. Nah, I'm not going to get graphic like that. But Mercury is in Scorpio. I should. But only people with nose rings understand this struggle. All right. Here's my email. I'll just say this. If you don't clean your nose ring out on the regular, it's boogie fever. Boogie now. That's all I'm saying. Everything comes with a struggle. You be thinking you looking cute during certain things, but there's always a price that needs to be paid. So, like, you think you're going to be cute with a nose ring? Like I said, yeah, you got to take that shit out, clean it, or else it's going to start getting all types of crusty up in there, and God forbid you smell that shit, you like, damn. But, yeah. It's the same thing with some other piercings. Like, I never got my belly button pierced, but I heard that one, it can get kind of funky too. I want you to take me to Funky Town. I want you to take me to Funky Town. Hey, Gary. Gary said, I try not to dominate people, just give them a gentle nudge. Some people with Mars and Scorpio want to be dominated. You got to clean that shit out. Oh, yeah, we're going to get into a few synastry aspects as we get into this relationship deal. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, the backs of earrings can smell funky, too, especially if you wear those studs for too long. And then those people that get those gauges their ears really be funky. I don't know about the tongue rings, if that makes your breath funky. Lovemore said, oh, Philly is like the Bronx. Actually, if I had a choice, I'd rather live in the Bronx than Philly. And that's saying something. Lil said, I got my belly button pierced on the bottom and on the top. And yeah, you got to clean it. That shit will ooze pus if you don't. Ooh. Habisha said, I want to know about the physical body parts characteristics per sign. Well, we should do a whole show on like astrology and health and the body. The Jam and Berries said, metal in your mouth, I could imagine would stink. Okay, let me ask y'all this. Because one of my Virgo exes, he got his tongue pierced one time. And this was back in the 90s. Was that gay, y'all? Put up a 1 if what my Virgo ex did was gay by getting his tongue pierced back in the 90s. If that's not gay for him to do, press 2. He didn't keep it in long. But I remember I got a little suspect when he got that piercing, man. And this was when the tongue piercings was rather new. So Gina said no. Scorpio Forever said 1. DeGary said 1. Latasha said 1. Sandy said yes, very gay 1. Rated R, Ride Out said 1. CVR said 1. Moonlight said 2. No, that means he was a freak. RDK said not in the 90s. This was like 98 when he got that shit. Sarah said tongue piercings don't stink. Callie said no, he was down with the kinky side. Well, I'm going to ask y'all this too. Lovemore said, Rahbinah, just admit it. You like and attract bisexual men. I attract them. I have to admit. I don't necessarily like them. So I couldn't tolerate a bisexual man. I just don't. I couldn't. But I have attracted some men that were very suspect. So let me tell y'all tell me if this is gay. Same guy. So one time, I think I might have told y'all this. He let me put eyeliner on his eyes. Is that gay? And I asked him, like, see, and this is my crazy ass Mars and Gemini. So that's not gay. So my crazy ass Mars and Gemini, I'll do crazy stuff like that. If I know that you're on the edge like that, I'll push you further to see if you really come out. But let me ask you, I didn't finish the story though. So I dared him to go to a convenience store with that eyeliner on, and he went to a convenience store with the eyeliner. I'm talking about it was the dark kohl on the bottom and the top lid. I mean, he was looking fierce, I have to admit, because he had pretty eyes anyway. This fool went to the store. Is that gay? You trying to tell me I was with a down low brother? Marcus said no, don't Arabian men wear eyeliner? I think that's just how their eyes are. CVR said 11111. Jam and Barry said he thought he was cute gay. Brittany said yes. Rhoda said ultra moist. Yes, Tarot said trans vibe. Sarah said no, Virgo just wanted to be cool and you were evil. I know I was. But like I said, if I feel like they're on the edge, I just push them a little harder. I just push them a little, see how far they're going to go. So that was the only dude. Wait. What did I do with the other Virgo? I swear I did something with the other Virgo that was kind of gay too. I like kind of pushed him to the limit too. But that second Virgo, I wouldn't be surprised if he would have let me peg him if I was into that type of stuff. I'll just say that. I wouldn't be surprised. Even though he claimed he hated gay dudes. He was the type that had that vitriol, that absolute, what's the word? He was absolutely, he despised gays. And you know how some dudes that are so hateful of gays, they really are gay, down low, like they're really low down. I mean, down low gay. I'm all confused. And then I told you about the one dude that was moaning like a female, but that was a one night stand. Well, Virgo's that mutable sign, and they're an earth sign. So, and I always say Virgo is about utility. So Virgo is going to utilize every orifice if they can. Thank you, Yudi. Saturn is going to be transiting my 7th house in Aquarius starting in December. I'm single. What does this mean for my romantic life? Well, it could mean that you end up in a relationship of convenience with an older man, but it can also mean that you end up in a relationship with somebody that is not fully available to you. So he could be married when you meet him. Somebody sent me a cash app. Thank you very much. So post your question when you get a chance. Also, Saturn in Aquarius in the 7th house can deal with an issue where there's some abrupt changes that take place that are beyond your control. So there could be some draconian or totalitarian measure that's handed down that you have to abide by. So when you got Saturn transiting your 7th house, there could be quite a bit that takes place that's beyond your control that could be restrictive in some way. Aquarius is a sign of liberation. So that can even deal with where there will be a need to liberate yourself from a contractual agreement. Virgos are definitely free. Yes, they are. They're some of the biggest freaks out there. Now, what about a male stripper? Would you say that a male stripper is automatically gay? Thank you, Roto. Post your question when you get a chance. Thank you for the super chat. What about a male stripper? Would y'all date a male stripper? Gina Dorston said, my Virgo friend ran from me and I freaking tested him to the limit and ate his, what? Ate his ass to the pink meat. No, she didn't. She said, I gotta read this again. My Virgo, that made me think of Travis the Chimp when you said the pink meat. My Virgo friend ran from me and I freaking tested him to the limit and ate his ass to the pink meat, she said. Damn, you get a trophy for that test. And he probably loved every minute of it, Gina. You know he did. He probably be talking about you to this day. All right, Roto says, since the live is about relationships, how does that work with a lesbian with Mars and Gemini? I used to feel guilty for loving more than one person for different reasons. Oh, most definitely it could deal with where you have more than one attraction, more than one sexual partner. You might even flip-flop one day and get yourself some dick with that Mars and Gemini. So it's basically like whichever way the wind blows, that's which way you're going to go or whatever. Now, I'm not saying you that flaky, but I'm just trying to drive the point home about Mars and Gemini. As long as your partner keeps you mentally stimulated, you should be fine being in a monogamous relationship. But the thing is, sometimes all Mars and Gemini needs to do is cheat in the mind for them to feel okay, for them to feel like they could carry on in a monogamous relationship. So you might find yourself doing some mental cheating, some flirting with people that you know you're never going to get with, and that can satisfy that Mars and Gemini urge for variety and flexibility and versatility. I mean, with my Mars and Gemini, I'm a huge flirt, and sometimes I just get off on flirting. And then at this point in my life, since I'm kind of like burnt out sexually, I just get off talking about sex. I love to talk. Like I was telling my student tonight, I was like, I love to talk about sex with my Mars and Gemini. Like sometimes that's all I need to like feel fulfilled is if I could talk some dirty shit and then I have a good night's sleep just like I got me some. So a lot of times with Mars and Gemini, it's very much cerebral in terms of sexual desire, sexual attraction. Sadane Roto said, definitely cheated in the mind, but I use it to let it get too far. But I used to let it get too far, yeah. That's the problem with Mars and Gemini. You could do too much of that mind, and then next thing you know, you're bumping bodies. I don't see nothing wrong. Oh, I'm about to sing an R. Kelly song with a little bump and grind. Anybody still listen to R. Kelly songs, or y'all you done with him altogether? Is there a song that has you kind of twisted inside where it comes on and it's like you reach to turn it off, but you like, but damn, I do love this song. Damn. But then you feel bad at the same time, like, damn, I'm listening to a song of this fucking sex demon. Like, damn. I ain't even gonna lie, that bump and grind remix, yeah, sometimes I might have to just let that song play. This is going on to the early morn, and my word is born. So baby, flex that thumb. I got what you want, you got what I need. Homie, lover, friends is all I wanna be. It's the pretty brown, brown. See, I know all the lyrics. Driving me wild. Ooh, child, things are gonna get a little freakier, and I'ma have you singing like a mockingbird. Word, don't front, you know, about the rodeo show. Now, in that song, he says, so show me some ID before I let you deep into you. I don't see. Now, he was letting you know back then, show me some ID, but we thought back then it meant he wanted to see if you 18. What that really meant was he wanted to see if you were underage, because then he'd really be down with it. But see, I wasn't hip to that back in the day. I thought he wanted to see if she was legal. And if she'd be like, I don't have ID, he'd be like, hell yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. Oh yeah, Contagious was pretty good. And I'll keep it on the down low. Yo, when that 12-play album came out, that's when I was with those twin brothers. Oh yeah, so that song, seems like you're ready. Every time I hear that song, I think about the twins. Girl, are you ready to go the way, all the way? It seems like you're ready. Girl, are you ready to go? See, I used to shake and bake these niggas for real. Cause that hell yeah, twin brothers. I got Mars and Gemini. I done did the Mars and Gemini thing, literally, because Gemini deals with the twins. And I'm talking about, I was young. I was like 17, and I had twin brothers, and it was one of the best experiences I ever had. I thought I told y'all about this. They looked very much alike, but one was the funny one, and one was the serious one. So the serious one, this is very much a surviving Rahbinah story. I thought I told y'all this. The serious one was the one that wanted to get with me, right? He was the one that, like, he acted like he wanted to start something like kind of serious, like a relationship. And you know how you building up, I think they're Tauruses. You know how you building up to something. So me and him got busy. No. We were talking on the phone for quite a bit. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think this was the first time we ever got busy. See, his brother, me and the serious one, we was in his bedroom and we was getting it on and stuff. And throughout the whole time, his brother, which is the funny one, he kept knocking on the door, talk about, can I come in? Can I come in? Well, by the third time he came to the door, see, I don't like to deny a hungry soul. I got cancer on the 7th. I don't want to deprive a hungry soul. So I said, let him in. And he was like, word. I was like, let him in. And when he let him in, and in more ways than one. And I was like, woo, one up at the top, one in the back, one in the front, one in the back. I was like, whoa, that was a new experience. See, yeah, had a really good time. So what would happen is from that point on occasion, we would get together. So the last time I got together with them, I think I was like 19, and they was at my apartment. So they came to my apartment, and I'm going to get a little graphic here. I you know me, sometimes I get a little too revealing, but I'm going to reveal this to y'all real quick, because, again, back then, I was a little wild. So I used to want to do things that I saw in the porno, right? So because I had the twins, I was like, well, shit, let's try this shit out. So you know what I'm talking about. I actually tried to do it, but it didn't work out. And, yeah, I would never do that now. And I'm not going to say it, but I know y'all know what I'm getting to. But it's harder than it's harder than it looks. Like them porn stars, they got skills. Because to do something like that, it's kind of harder than it looks. It's real awkward. So that didn't work out. But what I really appreciated was the fact that they were in conflict a lot. They would beef a lot outside of the bedroom, but I was the one that brought them together. So they would be in harmony with each other when they were with me, and they would help each other out. I think one time one was holding the other legs while he could position himself or whatever. Like, I don't know. But what I'm getting to is that I was the harmony for them with my Venus and Libra. See, I got Mars and Gemini trine Venus and Libra, so I brought the brothers together, and they were able to set aside their differences in order to bring me pleasure. So, yeah, that's the story. But that was one of the best times in my life. And like just being able to have that experience with my Mars and Gemini, I mean, like you can't ask for nothing more literal. But yeah, so, but it didn't work out. Like I said, we didn't even get to do it because it was so awkward. You can't, it's like I said, in those pornos, they make it look easier than what it is. And to tell you the truth, I'm not even into that backdoor action, but because it was two of them, I was like, we might as well try this. I was like, I saw this the other day. Let's try this shit. And mind you, I was real young at the time. I was only like 18. So, you know, when you're young, especially you got Mars and Gemini, you kind of down for whatever. That's because I was young, Ronan. Nowadays, I would never be down with that. But I was young, I was freaky, and I wanted to have some fun. But yeah, it didn't even get to the point where he went in because, again, you got the way you got to position yourself. And I don't think the brothers was into each other like that, where they really wanted to be touching each other like that. Like, for two men to get down like that with a woman, they got to be real comfortable with each other. So with brothers, you can imagine how that could be kind of awkward. But the beautiful part was they was willing. We were all willing to try it out. It just didn't work out. Like, it just looked easier on the movie than in real life. I was just like, okay, next. That's not going to work. But yeah, the main part of the story was I liked the fact that they could cooperate when I was with them, but then when they was alone, like when they was just by themselves, they was always beefing with each other. Yeah, they are a lot of work. But yeah, that was like a fantasy that was fulfilled, and they were pretty cute too. They weren't bad looking. Weren't bad looking at all. And they had nice little tools too. Well, they wasn't really little, but it was nice. And it was so funny because they had different styles in terms of their stroke game. So the funny one, he was more faster and rapid with it. And I kind of liked his better. And at one point, that's right, our first session together, at one point, the serious one went out the room. I guess he went to get something to drink or something. So it was me and the funny one. And boy, we had a good time together, just me and him, because I'm funny and he's funny. So while we was like doing it, and I swear this lasted the whole afternoon. Why, when you're older, the sex be lasting only 10 minutes? I swear when I was young, this shit would be lasting the whole damn afternoon and shit. I guess when you're young, you just got more energy and stamina and stuff. But nowadays, that should be like 5-10 minutes and it's over. But I swear to you, I felt like I was up in that room all day from like 2 p.m. to like 5 p.m. Because I do remember I left when it was like nighttime. But yeah. Oh yeah. So their dicks were the same size, but one had a little, he had a little, what you call it on it. If that's the one I remember, if I remember correctly, he had this lump on it. And one thing you'll know about twins always have some type of distinguishing character. And when I say lump, it wasn't like he had some STD. You could tell that was just what he was born with. It might have been an extra like thick vein or something. But with twins, they're always going to have some difference. Caleb said, I got porked for 2 hours. God damn. He ripped you a new one. But, what was I going to say? Yeah, with twins, there's always some distinguishing characteristics. So with that, it was like they had the same dick, just one of them had this lump. It was on the shaft. And it was like inside the skin. Like, and I don't know if it was like a vein, a varicose vein or something like that. But that was how you could distinguish between the two of them. But they both had nice tools. Both had nice tools. Then another time, it wasn't where I had sex with these two guys, but this was a real good experience too. Matter of fact, it was 3 of them. Damn, I'm spilling all my tea. But again, we're talking about over 20 years ago when I was young. So I can say this stuff and not feel ashamed because I was a totally different person back then, you might as well say. So I remember one time, me and my friend, we went to this party. And it just so happened that we were the only females at the party. Surprise, surprise. This is something my friend set up. She was a Capricorn. And come to find out, little did I know, after high school, because this is when we was like seniors in high school when we did this, or maybe we was out of high school. Maybe we was like a year out of high school. But anyway, this was my Capricorn friend. And the funny thing is, when I caught up to her years later, I found out that so I knew she married her high school sweetheart. But then she told me that her and her husband, they were swingers. So they went through like a good 5 years of swinging and ended up getting divorced over it. But see, back then, she set up a whole swinging situation back then, and I didn't realize what she had planned. So she fooled me. So anyway, she claimed we was going to this party, right? We get there. It's just me and her. We're the only females. And it's like 5 guys. No, I think it's 4 guys, right? So her and this one guy, they go, mind you, we're drinking and stuff to give you, I mean, I got to have some type of excuse for the times I've been kind of slutted out. So mind you, we got drinks and stuff like that. We might have been smoking a little weed. I don't remember. But anyway, so my girlfriend and the dude, they go in the back. So I'm like, oh, she fucking that dude. And again, we didn't have the intention upon this turning into a sex party. But all I know, the only thing I can remember is next thing I know, I'm straddling one dude. So mind you, like one dude sitting on the couch, right? I don't even know how we worked this out. So one dude sitting on the couch. Mind you, I'm fully clothed. So one dude sitting on the couch. I'm sitting on his lap where I'm facing him, right? Can y'all picture this? So that must mean my legs are kind of up. Or not up in the air, but like they're kind of bent or whatever, because I'm sitting on top of him. And then you got one guy on my right, one guy on my left, and they got each my titties in their mouth. Now that was a good experience. I don't know how that even happened, but it just happened like that. Now I didn't even have sex with them, but I let them munch on my titties, and that was real good. So that was some Mars and Gemini shit right there too. So, yeah, I used to be wild. I'll just say that. And I'm not afraid to say it because I'm here to teach y'all about astrology. So, I'm a Sagittarius. Let me just reiterate. I'm a Sagittarius with my Mars and Gemini. With that combination, it's going to be hard to be a woman and you not be sexually liberated. So I've always been sexually liberated, and it has never been a thing for me. So yeah, when I talk about I've had some adventures, some sexcapades, y'all ain't even heard the most of it. Lord Jesus, some of the stuff I've done. But compared to these young kids now, oh, I might as well be a nun compared to what these kids are into. And so they got me beat. But yeah, I'll say that I was one of the precursors. I was one of the ones back in the day that, you know, a lot of people back in the day, they weren't even that, a lot of the women weren't even that sexually liberated. And if they were, they was keeping that shit a secret. So I was that type of female. Like, you would never be able to tell that I was promiscuous because I look like an innocent young little thing. But get me behind closed doors and you don't know what might be in store. You don't know what you might have going on. But yeah, those were my heyday. So when I tell y'all I'm pretty much done with sex, I could say that with confidence because I done been around the block numerous times and I'm pretty much done. Like anything that you could possibly do sexually that I would be into, I would say I've done. So there's nothing really that could really faze me at this point. So I think I'm really at the end of my sexual life. And now I'm just at the point in my life where I can reminisce about those good times. I can still talk sex without getting all hot and bothered. Talk about, oh, I need somebody to lay it on me. Nah, I don't even need that anymore. I'm actually like I said, I'm kind of repelled from the dick at this point. And maybe I've done had too much of it, or maybe it's just time for me to be all about my spiritual self instead of the material. And I really think that's what it is. Like, that is the essence of that Scorpio North Node I have. So with my Scorpio North Node, basically the universe was saying, we're going to give you permission to be kind of slutted out in this lifetime. But then it doesn't stop there, because with the Scorpio North Node, you're continuing to evolve. So now I feel like I've evolved beyond the dick. I've evolved beyond the whole need for sex. Now I'm on some whole nother plane. Like, I'm approaching that Phoenix level of Scorpio right now, where I don't need to satisfy or indulge in my base desires in order to feel like I'm fully living life. Because again, I done been there, done that. And if you look at Scorpio's lives, they're like that. They will be some type of way at some point in their life, and then they'll evolve into something else. And that's basically where I'm at. So when I tell people I really don't have a need for sex like that, yeah, I'm at that point in my life. And it's only because I've had plenty of experiences. And now at this point in my life, it's like you whip out your dick, I'm not even going to be fazed. I might be disgusted, especially when I smell it, because I can still smell what a dick smells like when I imagine it, and I'm not for it anymore. And yes, dicks have a smell, men. If y'all don't realize that, I know the gay men realize that, but you heterosexual men, y'all like to talk shit about women all the time, but y'all dicks got a smell too, and especially your nuts too. Okay, Ronan. Okay, Caleb said, go watch Sukiana OnlyFans video. Do you need an OnlyFans account to see OnlyFans stuff? Dicks be having that musty smell, or I can't put my finger on it. It's something. It's a smell like no other. And I don't need to smell it ever again, I believe. Oh, you just messing me again? Wait a minute, elaborate. You said the same thing. Yeah, you're going to have to elaborate. Because, I've been talking so much, Karen. I'm not even sure what you're referring to. But yeah, elaborate on that. But yeah. Gary said, I'm still not over that pig. Oh, wait, is this the one that threw up on the dude's dick? One of my students told me about this. Yes, what's her chart? Ooh, what's her birthday? Sukiana. She's a weird looking one too. Okay, Sukiana. Suki Uki hot sake soup. You sock it to me, I sock it to you. Only people that are from the 80s know that song. Suki Uki hot sake soup. You sock it to me, I sock it to you. What movie was that from? Anybody know that? Wait a minute, she don't even have a Wikipedia or nothing. What's her birthday? Suki Uki hot sake soup. Oh, yes, Karen, yes. You know the Capricorn moon got to go through some struggle. Yeah, I've been through some serious struggle. Like the time my windshield wiper felt like just flew off my car during a blizzard, and I had my oldest daughter in the car, and she was only I think she was less than a year old, and I had to knock on a stranger's door. I've been through some shit. Anybody got her birthday? I don't feel like going through all these websites to find it. She's obviously not that important because they don't have her birthday just listed, obviously. Anybody know that song? Oh yeah, Scorpio Forever got it. Last Dragon. Hey, Scorpio got it. That's my movie. I used to think that part was so funny. Oh, she a Scorpio. That's right. Somebody did tell me she's a Scorpio. Wait a minute. I think somebody gave me her chart. Hold on. I think my student put me on to this chick. Let's see if I have it. That Sukiyana makes me think of that song. How did it go? It's all because of you. I'm feeling sad and blue. You went away. Isn't that song called Sukiyaki? And all my life is filled with rainy days. Damn, I don't think I have it. But yeah, that's some dark side of Scorpio shit. So wait a minute, let me get this straight. She was given her due head, and then she vomited November 15th, 1991. Thank you. And then she vomited. Did she do this on camera on purpose? I think my student was telling me she did do it on purpose. Like basically to show how much of a trooper she was. That's disgusting. See, this is what I mean. I wasn't doing stuff like that. I wasn't humiliating myself and degrading myself, but some people are into that stuff. Suki, how do you spell this chick's name? Sukiyaki. I'm just. That's why, like, when my adult children will, it's only my two daughters that'll talk to me about sex. Mainly the oldest one. My oldest one will be telling me everything. She don't spare no details, and I can't even say nothing because I was wild out when I was young, and I just be like, well, be careful, well, be careful, well. All right, November 15th, 1991. Well, so my daughter, my oldest, she's an Aquarius sun with a Scorpio moon. That child, she don't spare any details. Like I said, she just tells me everything. And a lot of times I don't want to hear it. And she's graphic with it too. And I'm like, oh God, no, you didn't just say that. Now I don't even say nothing, but I don't bat an eye. First of all, people can tell me anything and I really don't bat an eye. But when it's coming from your oldest daughter, like your grown daughter, you're like, I don't want to hear that. Like, ew. Oh, this is very much Mercury and Scorpio too. I gotta tell y'all this. Now, oh, she got Mars conjoined to Pluto. No wonder why. No wonder why she vomited while giving head. And she got Sun conjoined to Pluto. And she got, well, I don't know if her moon's in Aquarius or if it's in Pisces. I would think her moon's in Aquarius. No. Her moon would have to be in Pisces unless she was born right at the top of the morning. Top of the morning. And Cancer South Node. She got Venus and Libra squaring Uranus. That could be challenging for relationships. So she is experiencing her Saturn return this coming. Well, she already had one round of the Saturn return earlier this year, and then she's going to have a second round in December when Saturn hits up Aquarius again. So that stellium in Scorpio is her Sun, Mars, and Pluto. That all day. I mean, that's vomiting on the dick all day. Now, of course, not everybody that has that hookup is going to do that. But again, we're talking about extremes. And some people are just going to manifest the dark side of that energy. Oh, my daughter's 26. So, yeah. But yeah, sometimes I just be like, I don't need to know all these details. Save it. But I do like that she could tell me anything. And I want, all of my children to be like that. Like, even if you feel like it's something just horrible, tell me. Okay, thanks, Gina. So, tell me. And I do really try to be that type of mom that doesn't gasp or that doesn't like freak out about stuff. It is very hard for it to freak me out, but I'll still be like, damn, like I didn't need to hear all that. But I'd rather my children be very open with me about what they do than to be very secretive, and then they get into some shit and then I'm finding out all this stuff about what they're really about and all this type of stuff. So yeah. Now, another Mercury in retrograde situation. I returned to, because I wanted to talk about some of the things that have happened during Mercury retrograde already. So like I said, I'm going to need a new tire. So I'll be doing that this coming week. I do have a minor revision to make on a certain report. So I got to work on that tomorrow. I returned to Facebook. So I made a post on Facebook recently because I've been missing in action on Facebook for quite a while. And Facebook has been kind of challenging for me because first of all, I'm just not big on social media, period. So to be on Facebook, oh, thank you, Karen. So to be on Facebook, to me, it's like work. And not just that, I don't like the showboating on Facebook. And I'm not even talking about in my Facebook group. I'm just talking about on Facebook, period. So if you're my Facebook friend, you'll know that I haven't even posted on my regular Facebook timeline, or what would you call it? Is it wall or whatever they call it? I haven't posted on there in a while. And it's like people you deactivate it. I wish I could. If I didn't have my group, I would deactivate it. That's the only reason why I still have a Facebook account, because of my group. Otherwise, I would deactivate it. And I'm not too keen on family knowing all about me anyway. And I'm not talking about my immediate family. I'm talking about those cousins and, you know what I'm saying? You know how you got a bunch of cousins and aunts and uncles on your Facebook? And then after a while, you're like, why am I even having these people on my face? That's how I be thinking. I'm like, most of my family may as well be strangers to me anyway. It's like, we might have saw each other during the family reunions, but we sure didn't grow up together like that. So why are we even communicating? Why are we even connected? Just because we have some semblance of DNA? I'm telling you, that family stuff is very overrated. Maybe not your immediate family, but that extended family with the cousins, the aunts, the uncles, all that. If you notice, that's starting to die out. Where people was all in the family like that, where it was like Uncle John and Uncle Clem and Aunt Jackie and all this type of stuff and everybody getting together. I know that you still got some families like that. Like, for instance, Hispanics, they do tend to hold on to those family values more. But a lot of people just ain't doing that big ass family stuff anymore, where it's all about extended family. And yeah, Sarah said deleted her Facebook 2 years ago. There was a time where if you ran into some money, you could call Uncle Jackson or Uncle Phil or somebody like that and get some money. Nowadays, these family don't give a fuck about you. So why are we even having them on Facebook? Why are we going to the family reunions and shit? Because that's really what the extended family's for, if you really think about it. That family's supposed to stay together, rock together, you know, stick it out together and help each other out. But you'll find nowadays, you call Uncle Jesse up for some money and see how quick he hang up that damn phone and talk about acting like he don't know you. Back in the day, family would look out for family, but not anymore. And I'm the same way too. I wish one of my distant cousins would call me up asking me for money. I'd be like, huh? Who are you? What? Huh? I remember one of my uncles, he's not even an immediate uncle. He was like the second, not even an uncle, he's a cousin. And he's a second cousin. I remember he called me, and mind you, most of my family is on the East Coast. I remember he called me while he was already in Arizona. You think I picked up that phone? I'm like, huh? I don't care if I used to see you at family reunions. You ain't coming and busting up in here like that. Nah. And I just knew he knew, because he was already in Arizona, that I'd be like, sure, come on down. I ain't even answer the phone. I'm like, fuck that. Then their extended family, they think they're going to get a free stay so they can save money They don't have to go into a hotel. Man, get out of here. What's the social dilemma? What's that about? Oh, is that about how it messes with your mind? And then it's like you only got enough energy for a few funerals. So if you have these contacts with these extended family, the older you get, can you imagine how much money you dropping on airfare just to go to all these damn funerals? I'm not for it. That's why I'm saving money up front, because I don't connect with these people like that anymore. So when they do die, hey, I'm not even going to know about it until after the funeral, where one of my sisters tell, oh, remember Aunt such and such? Yeah, she died. Oh, you went to the funeral? Oh, okay. Next. Blue Light Orange said funerals are the worst sound. Fake ass shit. Nurse Tara said how they program us and all this shit. Oh, yeah, the social media. For real. Like, just think about it. The more friends you have, the more family you have, when you get older, you're going to start having to drop some serious cash on airfare, because people are going to start dropping like flies. People going to start dying, and then you have to keep up a good impression, so you're going to have to go to the funeral. That's if you maintain ties with these people. That's why I don't even get into it. I don't maintain ties with these, so when they die, guess what? I'm off the hook. I don't got to go to the funeral. I don't be showing up to the family reunions. See, that be my other sisters. They can do the job for me. I'm not doing it. Nurse Tara said, I keep my circle small. I like it like that. Yup. And more people are becoming like that, where they're like, fuck family. They might be about their immediate family, but anybody else can kick rocks. Lil said, my mom and dad would drag me to a funeral. I got a crazy story about a funeral too. It was like the first time I really consciously remembered a funeral. I must have been like 5 years old, 6 years old. I remember, no, it must have been like 4 or 5, because I was too young to be in school, which is why my parents took me to this funeral. And it was for some family member or some friend of the family that I didn't even know or whatever. But I remember the preacher that was presiding over the funeral, he scared the hell out of me, because he had this cadence when he was preaching, and it was like this. He was like, he was a good man. He was all that. He was righteous. Like after every sentence, he'd be like, and I remember I was so scared. I was like, what is wrong with this man? I was like, is this what people do at funerals? I thought he was having a seizure. Like every sentence, he was like, I can't even, it was like some inhuman sound he was making. And I was just so scared, man. I was like, I don't ever want to go to a funeral again. And that shit was indoors where he was doing that. So that sound was echoing throughout the whole funeral parlor. And I was just not for it. So that left a bad taste in my mouth at funerals. Then I remember the last funeral I went to, it was my grandfather's funeral. So this was around the time when my son was still little. And my son, he was like still baby age, because I remember I had him on my lap. So it just so happened that during the funeral ceremony, my son wants to start cutting up and acting up and crying and stuff. So I had to get up and take him to the bathroom, because, I didn't want to disrupt the funeral. And that's when I broke down and started crying. I don't want to get all bent out of shape right now, or get all teary-eyed. But the whole time I held it together at my grandfather's funeral. Like I wasn't crying at all. But then when my son started acting up and crying, and I had to take him to the bathroom, I started crying for my grandfather, but also out of frustration. That it was like out of frustration of being the single mom. It was like everything was just coming out at once. Being a single mom, having to deal with my son that's acting up during my grandfather's funeral. I can't just be in there and just focus on the funeral. I got to focus on my son that's acting a fool. So yeah, I had just lost it in the bathroom. I was just crying. So I was just like, wow, I do not like funerals. If I could avoid them, I would. If I could avoid my own funeral, I will. Matter of fact, I don't want somebody to have a funeral for me. Just cremate me. And then you could have a little ceremony where you like just sprinkle my ashes in the Grand Canyon. That'd be the best way for me to end up. Just sprinkle my ashes over the Grand Canyon and let me just go on in spirit, move on in peace. I don't need a lot of money being spent on my funeral. I don't want people to go through all this stuff just for my funeral. And I don't want wood to be wasted either. So you don't need to put me in a box. Just sprinkle me across the Grand Canyon and I'll be happy. I'll be free as a bird. I'll be going home to my glory. I think that's starting to die out more too, like these elaborate funerals, and probably the ether is making people reconsider how they handle funerals now, because now it's like they're restricting people. There was this video I saw and it was heartbreaking, where because of the social distancing at the funeral, they had everybody sitting apart from each other, like 6 feet apart. So this video was about these sons and the mother recently lost her husband, sons lost their father. So during the interview, during the funeral, the mother started breaking down and started crying. So the sons naturally, instinctively went over to the mother to comfort her. And you know, this pig-faced bitch of a funeral director pulled them apart and told them, no, you can't comfort your mom. You got to do this social distancing stuff. Good night, Sandy. This is a problem I had with that ether shit. That is totally wrong. See, me and Dude would have been fighting that day, because I wish. You want to smoke my ashes? We gonna smoke them together. I'll be with you in spirit. I wish somebody would do something like that at my parents' funeral or a child's funeral. That's crazy. Like, that's when this shit is becoming inhumane. When you can't even comfort your mother at a funeral because your father died and all this stuff, but y'all want to be all about the ether, the Rona and all this stuff. I thought that was totally terrible. So, yeah. All right, who are we talking about next? There was something else about Mercury retrograde. So I told you I went back on Facebook, so I'll be posted on Facebook more. Oh, this is what I did today, and this is so Mercury retrograde, right? So remember I told you that I was able to go into the store without a mask, which is very Mercury retrograde, because that was kind of like rewind. Like, oh, wow, it's almost like it's 2019 again. But anyway, sometimes I rush around, right? Because I got that Mercury in Sag, Sun in Sag. So I was rushing to go to the store. So because I had a shirt on with no bra, you know, when you go to the store, you can't just go out looking any old way. So I had to throw a bra on real quick because I don't want to look like a wild animal. Titties just swinging all over the place. But anyway, so I put a bra on, right? But I'm in a rush. So I quickly put the shirt back on, and guess what? When I get to the store, I notice I got the shirt on inside out, which is very Mercury retrograde. So I'm like, catch a load of this. So I'm all happy that I'm in the store with no mask, but then I look down and I see my shirt's inside out. So I felt like I regressed back to my younger days when I was a kid as a Sagittarius. I would do stuff like that. Like, I would get all worked up for something. Like, my dad be like one time, my dad was like, all right, y'all, everybody get together. We're going to take a family picture. And this is when I was like maybe 3 or 4 years old. And there's a picture of me being like 3 where you see me like this. I wish I got to get this picture from my mom because it's so cute. But anyway, I was rushing to get ready for the picture. And I remember I got tangled up in my undershirt. And this was one of those undershirts that it wasn't like a regular undershirt. Remember undershirts, y'all, when you was a kid? You had your little undershirt. Well, this undershirt had longer sleeves. So I got all tangled up in my undershirt and I couldn't even untangle myself. So I just walk out for the picture, and my dad takes a picture of me where I look like I just was in a fight because my undershirt is like all twisted up and it's on one arm and the other arm is all bare. It's funny, but that's how I get sometimes. I get in such a rush that I'll do like stuff where, yeah, I'll go out the house with my shirt inside out. Oh yeah, I've done the thing where I forgot to put on deodorant too. And know what I do? Here's a little trick. If you get to work, you know how sometimes you forget to put on deodorant and then you can run back to the house. You're not too far away from the house. Well, if you happen to already be at work and then you realize that you didn't put on deodorant, this is what you do. You go to the bathroom, right? You know how they got the soap? Just get some soap, put it under your arms. You're good to go pretty much for the rest of the day. Now, that's not really a healthy alternative, but it'll get you through the day where you don't smell like a Subway sandwich. Jam and Barry said, I keep deodorant in the car. I don't play. But yeah, just put some soap under your underarms and call it a day. And when I say soap, you don't put water. Don't like mix the soap up with water. You just get the regular soap and then you just spread it on your armpits. And then maybe during your lunch break, you can go to the store or whatever and get some deodorant to tide you over. But that's one little way to, that's a substitute for deodorant if you ever get caught out there with none. Isn't it one of the worst things ever? Mm-hmm. Oh, Gina, there you go. You sent me a cash out. Okay, what's your question? Thank you, Siobhan. Gina said I had a question. I sent you the money on Cash App. Don't forget me. What's your question? Wait a minute. Let me scroll back up and see if I see it. Gina makes me think of Gina Tay. Remember that stuff called Gina Tay? It was like the bath spray. Not the bath spray. It was like the bath splash. And like you had to be like that was an acquired scent. Like not everybody liked Gina Tay. Hey Rafi. Wait a minute, Gina. Oh, wait a minute. Where's your question? I don't see it. Who likes that smell of Gina Tay? Yeah, Gina, you're going to have to post your question again because I don't see it. Y'all, Gina Tay Eau de Toilette. My mom used to wear that. Aaron said my late father loved Gina Tay. Dana said nobody. Okay, so they had Gina Tay. Remember they had Giorgio. Remember what was those? They were called the imposter fragrances, and they had the fake Giorgio. They had the fake diamond. Wait, what was the Elizabeth Taylor one? What was the name of the Elizabeth Taylor one? That Passion. Remember Elizabeth Taylor had Passion. This is all like late 80s, early 90s fragrances. So they had the Passion. They had Giorgio, but remember they had the imposters, and you could get the spray white diamonds. Yeah, you could get the sprays at the Walgreens or at CVS. Yup, for like $2.99. You think you smelling like a rich bitch, but you really smell like a dime store whore. Now, you said Gina said, "Will my Virgo lover pursue me? I am a Virgo sun, rising, and Mercury." Well, that shouldn't be hard. So, will your Virgo lover pursue you? And I'm thinking you mean like for a regular relationship. Aaron said, I need to find Sand and Sable. Wait, what was the other ones too? They had another one. Was I'm trying to think. It was something with pizzazz or something. No, maybe I'm thinking about that hair dye. But it was something with a P, I swear. One of those imposter fragrances. Your friend used to go door to door selling imposters. Okay, Gina said, will my Virgo lover pursue me? Let's see. Yep, Georgia. And then, remember the scent Poison? That Poison was strong. Who had Poison? Was that Elizabeth Taylor too? You got the Star card. So what that tells me is you got to meet him halfway with that pursuing. So with him being a Virgo, he might be a little insecure. So you're going to have to give him more signs that you're with it, like you're ready to go forward. So Gina used to wear poison. Yeah, that was a heavy scent. Christian Dior. Mm-hmm. Remember Calvin Klein CK1? Remember when CK1 came out and it was like this big deal because it was like it was the unisexual cologne. Men and women could wear it. Yeah, I remember Estee Lauder. Oh, what about the men's ones like Drakkar? Drakkar was popular back in the 80s and 90s. Like every man had Drakkar. And then what about Cool Water? Remember every man had like you weren't cool unless you had cool water as a man back in the late 80s and 90s. So Gina, do you hear what I said about, oh, that makes sense. Y'all both have Venus and Leo. Neither one of y'all wants to be the submissive one where it makes sense. So you're going to have to give him a little, hint that, yes, I'm not going to reject you. Yes, you could still be the man in the relationship. I'm not going to dominate you too much. Tara said we had Drakkar panty droppers. Yup. Cool Water was the shit. What's another one? Y'all, it's so funny you say y'all both got Venus and Leo because both of y'all trying to act a little too tough. Neither one of y'all want to just break down and be like, you know what? You know we belong together. We belong together. Dolce and Gabbana light blue. Is that the one that... No, I'm thinking of the other dude. Why can't I think? John Paul Gaultier. I'm thinking of that cologne that looks like a man's chest. But you're talking about Dolce and Gabbana. Love Spell. I remember Love Spell. Oh yeah, Obsession. That was a big one. Hugo Boss, Tommy Girl. Yup. Red Door. I used to love me some Red Door. Isn't that Elizabeth Arden? What's another one? Chanel. Chanel had some good scents. Remember like Chanel number 5, Chanel number 9, Chanel number 69. Gina said he loved when I turned his ass into a whole... So he's the one. Oh, it makes sense. He ain't going nowhere, child. He is not going nowhere after you busted that little chocolate starfish wide open. Nautica. Yes, I remember Nautica. Nautica was the shit. I used to love the clothes and also the scent. That was for those dudes that was a little classy. You remember the Nautica dudes? They were a little bougie. They was a little more on the classy end. Like that was the come up brand. If you weren't there yet, but you was trying to come up in the game, but still have a little swagger, yeah, you would reach for the Nautica. I remember Ferragamo. Yep. Mm-hmm. You could tell a lot about a man by his choice of cologne. Oh yeah, I remember Guess too. Oh yeah, Jupe. That's right. Jupe was very popular. And then of course you got your whole variety of polo scents. But if you notice, that original polo is very strong and it's an acquired scent. Not everybody could get away with wearing that polo. Remember, there was that other one, gray flannel. Guess jeans always fit small to me. Like, you really got to be a size smaller than what that size says on the jeans. I noticed that Guess jeans always ran kind of small. I'm more on the Calvin Klein, and I love me some Calvin Klein jeans, Calvin Klein jeans, jacket, Calvin Klein purse, and I love me some Ralph Lauren. Kenneth Cole, I like their clothes too. Oh, I remember that Adidas cologne was very popular. Now, that was for the athletes. Yes, that polo green is too strong. That's like for the old men. But yeah, Sarah, the Adidas, that was for the jocks. Eddie Bauer. Eddie Bauer was the shit back in the late 80s and 90s. Dudes would go there for a Parker jacket. But back then, like back in the day, we had what was called triple fat goose. Does anybody remember that? Like, you old school if you know what a triple fat goose is. And this was like, what was this? Like 88, 89, maybe 90. Wintertime, you had to have that triple fat goose. And that shit made you hot as hell. But you wanted to wear it in school. Remember, you wanted to keep that. Oh, yeah, I remember that 8-ball jacket. I wanted an 8-ball jacket. Of course, I couldn't afford one. But yeah, you wanted to be cute and wear that triple fat goose in school. Then you be hot as shit. I remember the Shirlings, too. Yeah, remember the long black leather trench coats? That was like 89, 90, maybe 91. I was afraid to ask my mom for one for Christmas because that was a little bit out of our price range. I remember the Z Cavariccis. I had a pair. Those were whack. But for the time, it looked good. Do I have friends? I don't know. I have friends, but I don't have friends. Like, I don't got friends that I be rolling with, like, on the weekend and stuff. But I got friends. Like, my friends are spread out. Most of my friends, I remember British Knights and remember LA Gear. I had a pair of LA Gears. Oh, I used to love the starter jackets. My sister handed me down her Sixers jacket, starter jacket. But yeah, thank you for your super chat, Unknown. I got friends, but they're more spaced out. So when you say friends, I don't have the type of friends. I don't even have the type of friends you like, call, girl, what you doing? Let me tell you what happened to me today. Look, you wait till you hear this. Look, all of that is with my students and my clients. Those are my friends, basically, which is pretty pathetic, I guess. But hey, you got to get it where you can get it. But I do have, like, I got a friend in Hawaii, but she used to live in Arizona. Now she moved back to Hawaii, and I don't really get to see her, of course. And then, yeah, like, the friends I had, I left them back east. I never really made friends out here because I'm such a loner. And plus, I'm not a good friend. Like, I'm the type of friend that will be there for you if you really need my help. But if you want to cry about your man every week, I'm not that type of friend. Because I might hurt your feelings. Because I'll get tired of you whining about your dusty ass man that's no good for you. Because I'm about solutions. And with me being a Capricorn moon rising, when I'm going through something, calling a friend and complaining about it, that's the last thing I want to do. Like, if you notice with Capricorns, they will keep shit to themselves. They're like, man, I ain't, like, we don't even want to talk about it. Tara said, I'm the same way. I don't have the time for all that. Leave his ass already. Exactly. Lovemore said, I'm hot and cold with people. People easily annoy me. Me too. Jam and Berry said, that's what I like about Capricorn moons. Habisha said, I wanted to be Jacqueline Breuer from Boomerang. Yeah, Jacqueline, you know that was played by, what's her face? Robin Givens. So they picked a perfect woman for that because she's a Sagittarius. And it would take a Sagittarius to flip the script on Eddie Murphy in that Boomerang movie. It would have to be a Sag. Maybe an Aquarius could do it too. But Sag especially would be able to do that. Ear Hustler said, I have a lot of masculine energy in my chart, so not typical female. Speaking of that too, again, so some people, if we want to talk about relationships, some people are just addicted to the ups and downs in a relationship, I really feel like. Because if you're not, you wouldn't put yourself through these situations and just deal with it. I think some people just like to talk about the problems in their relationship. So when everything's going fine, it's like, what do they talk about? So, and the older I get, the more I hate how us women in particular, we put these men on pedestals just because they're men. And I had to tell one of my clients today, I was like, he ain't nothing but a lousy ass man that stinks 12 hours out of the day. Like, sometimes you got to really knock these men off of their damn pedestal mentally. Not for them, for yourself. So that you don't lose your... And I'm preaching to the choir, because trust me, I've did some stupid stuff for men. And I'm done. I'm not doing this shit no more. But yeah, you gotta take these men down a peg or two. And you gotta basically knock them down and be like, he ain't nothing but a nasty ass, low down, lousy ass bitch of a man. And you be like, there's plenty of them out there. So you lose one, it's not gonna matter. There's others. Now you know good and well, a man gotta work to smell good. I mean, I'm not talking about men like you, Cameron, and stuff. I know you smell good all the time. Nah, I'll just play it. But you know what I'm saying? A man gotta work to smell good. A man gotta work to act right. A man gotta work. So if he doesn't act right, if he acts like he was raised in a barn, if he acts like he can't keep his dick in the pants, again, just know that's what men do. We gotta stop putting them on these damn pedestals. We're supposed to be the prize, but we let these men be the prize. Yes, Connect said, yeah, the most mediocre still act like they're the prize. Yes. The Jam and Berry said, LOL, it's hard finding a man that smells good all the time. Right. And it's like, that's just who they are. We can't, and we have to respect a man's right to be a man at the end of the day. Or should I even say a man's natural inclinations in terms of being a man? See, this is another problem that women have in relationships. You want that man to have a makeshift coochie. You want that man to be mentally castrated, where he's no longer doing his manly instinctual shit, where he's more palatable to you. He's more of a watered down man. And most women are like that. You want your man a little watered down so that he'll be more agreeable. But then some of us want an alpha male at the same time, but then we don't like what those alpha males be bringing, because truth be told, the alpha male, when you go and do something like Tara, like where you're talking about, when you go and do something, the alpha male, he's not going to be all extra sensitive and be all nursing you and like wiping your tears. The average alpha male going to be like, babe, you still survive, like you still alive, you still got your health, you still got this. It ain't that big of a deal. That's how an alpha male deals with situations. But then a lot of times we're going to be like, oh, he's insensitive. Oh, he doesn't care about what I'm going through. Oh my God, because we want him to sit there through our tears and all this stuff. But what a man is supposed to do, yeah, suck it up, buttercup. You all right? I got you. And that's what he got to say too. He got to follow it up with, look, babe, whatever happens, you know I got you. That's what's going to really matter. If he can follow it up with that, yeah, whatever happens, babe, you know I got you. That's what we need to hear. But sometimes we want him to be our girlfriend. We want to turn the man into our girlfriend, and that's not what men are. Well, that's what gay men can be for, but not if you're dealing with your straight man, and especially if he's an alpha male. There's just some things y'all aren't going to see eye to eye on. There's just some things where he's just going to be more dominant with, and there's going to be times where you have to be kind of more the submissive one. That's if you want that alpha male type. Because a true alpha male, that's like the Emperor card in tarot. The true alpha male, he don't bend to nobody. So he may love you, he may respect you, he may cherish you, but if you're trying to change him too much, he's going to start to fight back. He's going to push back. And I say he needs to if he's going to be that alpha male type. So Rashawn said you would do that for a girl. Do what? Like sit there like her girlfriend and hear her, complain for a good hour about how, things ain't working out and how she's going through this crisis and stuff and all that. If you could do that as a man and still maintain your masculinity, I mean, you're pretty extraordinary, I'll say. Yeah, like you're one of the rare ones. But either you're going to have the men that are more on the feminine end that will sit through your tears and your complaints and want to hear all about your work day and all this stuff. But the average alpha male, he could care less about your work day too. Like, you're made for him. That's how they be thinking. Like, you're made for me, so I get to choose what I hear comes out of your mouth. Think about it. That's how these alpha males, they may not think that consciously, but that's how they are. And then if they can't get you to shut up, what do? They just tune you out. And next thing you know, you talking to a wall. Dana said at 40, I don't want to hear any of my friends complaining about relationship problems. Right? Tara said, most men try to fix shit sometimes. I want someone to listen and bounce his ideas off of others. Yeah, and a lot of times, especially those masculine men, they're about solving things, not about talking about it. And that should be how men are. Like, provide the solution. Women are the ones that want to talk shit through and talk shit out and they express their emotions and all this stuff. Caleb said, women just can't win, can they? They want an alpha male, but they end up being emotionally neglected. Exactly. Like Beyonce. Yes. So this is where it's like, okay, you got to really ask yourself, what do you really value in a relationship? Are you trying to turn this person into somebody that they're not, but that's going to be more suitable for you? But then by the time you get done with them, this person is compromising their individuality, their integrity, all types of stuff. Is that the type of relationship you want? Or do you want a really true give and take, opposites attract type of relationship where you really got to do this balancing act? Like, sometimes he's going to be more in control. Sometimes you're going to be more in control. Robin said, I want an alpha. I'm emotionally enough for the both of us. Go get the money, babe. Right? But with that being said, are you willing to allow him to make the final decisions about certain things? I'm not saying about everything, but about certain things. Are you willing to allow him to be that type of alpha where he has the final say on certain things? Because alphas really want that. Again, they really is about like, you're my woman and I get to choose what comes out of your mouth, basically. Tara said, I just want a man to help me get this paper. Right? Sarah said, too much work. I do what I want. Moonlight Orange said, my friend complained about their relationship problems. My Cappy ass gives solutions and they still keep up with it. Girl, you like that tree. Exactly. And that's how I would be with my friend if she kept trying to darken my doorstep with her relationship problems every week. I'd be like, I don't want to hear it, because if you're that unhappy, leave his ass. But a lot of people, they get off on these problems in a relationship. And again, you got to ask yourself, are you really respecting this person to be their own individual? Or is it all about you? And that's why you got these problems with this partner, because they're not doing exactly what you want them to do. But guess what? People aren't puppets. But we get into relationships and we tend to become the puppet master. We want to make our partners do what we want them to do. Oh, he don't want to go out with me at, to brunch with me and my friends on Sunday. He's selfish. Like, that's basically the conclusion that a lot of women will come up with in a situation like that. Oh, he don't want to go to brunch with me and my friends and their husbands. Oh, he's selfish. But that doesn't mean he's selfish. Maybe that's just not his thing. And maybe y'all have to meet halfway somewhere else. Exactly. Tara said, what man wants to do that? Most men aren't really into the double dating and the couples time and all that stuff, going out with your friend and her man and stuff, unless they're all good mutual friends. But I find it seems like this happens in marriage, where the wife will force a male friend onto her husband, like will force her girlfriend's husband onto her husband. And it's like, now y'all have to be friends so that we can go and do these things together. Like, marriage is something else. And I've never even been married, but I have lived with men before, like lived together with men. And so I can't even imagine being married and having to check with your partner on everything. So now I'm going to do a poll. If you want to be married, whether you're already married or you're not, press 1. If you don't want to be married, press 2. I don't trust that double dating, Siobhan, because I would always be thinking that my man's looking at my friend. And you know stuff like that be happening. They be giving each other the eye across the table. Next thing you know, they're meeting each other for an afternoon rendezvous behind your back. So Wells said, hello, she wants to be married. Callie said 2, no. CVR said 1.5, so that means you're in the middle. Marcus said yes, he wants to be married. Latasha said 2, which is a no. Dreams 2. Scorpio, you're half and half, 1 and 2. Dana said, unsure if I want to be married. Moonlight said 2, so that's a no. Caleb says 1. Jammerberry said, I don't even know anymore. I'm just done. Ear Hustler said 2. Well, hello said texting each other, right? Siobhan 2. I'm on the 2 too, so I'm going to put a 2 up in here because I don't want to be married. I'm not saying I'm totally done with the idea of being in a relationship, but I definitely don't need to be married. Did my 2 even show up? Oh, that's because I don't have the number lock on here. Okay, for those that said they want to be married, why? Why do you want to be married? What is it going to do for you? How is it going to improve your life? How do you think it's going to improve your life? What do you hope to gain through marriage? Are you marrying for love? Are you marrying for security? Are you marrying for convenience? What's your purpose in wanting to be married, and what do you hope to gain? Love said, again, I'm hot and cold with people, and a man will annoy the fuck out of me eventually. Caleb said, I have strong Leo and Cancer energy, which makes me relationship oriented. Lovemore said, I'm a Scorpio. Adrian said, happily divorced. Adrian, would you ever remarry? Both of my parents remarried. Sarah says, safe sex and money. So that's your reasons for getting married. I think those are good enough reasons. But how do you know it's going to be safe sex? Because he could always cheat on you. Dana said 2 incomes is better than 1. That is one of the benefits I can think of. But believe it or not, I remember one time I was watching this video about staying single forever. And believe it or not, there was a lot of people in the comments that were married and divorced and said that they ended up spending more money being married, even though they had 2 incomes, than being by themselves. And they said that they saved so much money being on their own, even though they had 2 incomes. Isn't that interesting? But it makes sense because when you're married, you just naturally spend more money. So I thought that was very interesting that a lot of divorced people were saying, no, having 2 incomes is not always a good thing. You end up spending more money. Nika said security and house. Lovemore said, little shit like him not putting the seat down or putting tops back on the seasonings would have me ready to fight. Callie said, marriage is for financial security gains. Otherwise, what's the point? I feel you, Callie, and that's what the traditional, arranged marriage is for. Nurse Tara said, I'm married for love, been together 20 years. Even though he gets on my nerves, we still have fun together. Now, that's sweet. Now, every now and then it can work out like that. But I feel like that's becoming more and more rare where you got that 20-year marriage, y'all still going strong, y'all still having good sex and all that stuff. That's rare. So you're lucky, you're blessed. Connect said, only time I'm interested is when I respect someone and think we can build wealth, plus hopefully monogamous sex. Monogamous sex is a good thing. I will say that. But yeah, Scorpio Forever said, married men cheat. That's the problem. Hey, Lysandra. Lysandra said, gotta be from buying food. Nika said, I can see that doubles the bills. Yeah. Siobhan said, unhappiness will have you spending. Yup. Pisces Moon said, what says no to marriage in the chart or that it won't work out? Well, I always I want more than one aspect. Hey, Undercover Astrology. I want more than one aspect as an indicator. So let's say the person has Venus square Saturn. Like I have that in my chart. That could deal with being single for the rest of your life, but I'm not going to just be satisfied with that aspect alone because it can manifest in different ways. So I would need to see, the 7th house is probably going to be jacked up. So for instance, they could have Aquarius on the 7th And then let's say Uranus is in Scorpio and it's squaring the moon, which can deal with where y'all married, but y'all ain't even living together. Y'all ain't even under the same roof. So why even get married in the first place? But there'll be a different number of combinations. And then some signs on the 7th house cusp, because that's the house you really want to look at if we're talking about marriage in particular. We really want to look at the 7th house. If we want to look at love, we would look to the 5th house. And that shows you that you can get married without being in love. You can have a loveless marriage. You can have a sexless marriage. Because love and sex, that's the 5th house. Basically, that's supposed to bring you to that 7th house. So you see, you got the 5th house. That's the love, the romance, the sex. And then children can come through that 5th house as well. But then you got to cross over that 6th house before you even get to the 7th house. A lot of people can't make it through that 6th house, can they? That 6th house is when now you're falling in love, or at least y'all made this connection. You had sex, and now you're going to settle into a routine. And now you're going to define what you are, or at least where you're headed. That's that 6th house. That 6th house is very definitive. The 5th house is like, oh, I love you. Oh, I love you back. Oh, you're so sexy. Oh, you turn me on. Oh, I can't stop looking at you. Oh, I can't stop having sex with you. But then the real work begins, and that's that 6th house. So if you can survive the 6th house, then what comes next is the 7th, which is marriage. But let's say that you didn't do all of the work that 6th house requires. Well, you still make it to the 7th, you could end up getting a divorce. So you see how that works? Now, the good thing is the 5th house and the 7th house are harmonious with each other, which is necessary because, again, you need to have that initial connection, that spark, that chemistry in order to get you to that 7th house. Now, what's also interesting is the 5th house is your free will house. So you know how you got arranged marriages? Marriage period is the 7th house. Now with an arranged marriage, you're totally canceling out the 5th house unless you just so happen to fall in love with the partner that was arranged for you. But yeah, in arranged marriage, that's 7th house. It can also be in combination with the 11th house as well. But that's 7th house, and that's where you don't need to have love. It's just about an alliance that's really being created. So Siobhan said, I can't get past the 5th with Chiron there. Chiron's like, I ain't going nowhere. You sitting right here. You're going to enjoy this good dick and call it a day. Because we ain't getting in no commitment. That's what Chiron's saying. Chiron's like, I'm cool. So yeah. So certain planets in the 7th house can be more advantageous to marriage than others. And believe it or not, you know how the 7th house is very much like Libra? And I might have said this during my last live. That 7th house is very much like Libra. But when you got Libra on the 7th, you can end up getting with a man or a woman that's already married when you meet them. It's the same with having Venus in the 7th house. Or they could be in a relationship while they're in a relationship with you. Like they could start a relationship while they're in the relationship with you. Like if Venus is in Capricorn or Virgo, they could meet the person through their line of work. If Venus is in Gemini, this could be somebody they go way back with. Like they could have had a connection with this person before you even got in the picture. So now who has the stronger hold on this person? The person that they got history with, that were, let's say that they were high school sweethearts, versus you just being new on the scene and you think that you're going to be able to pull that man away from that high school sweetheart that he's always going to have in his back pocket. So you would think having Venus in the 7th may not be such a bad thing. I say differently. In a lot of cases, it can deal with a love triangle. And again, we have to always remember about evolution. So I got to talk about this too, because this topic came up last week with somebody. So know that you could have challenging aspects in your chart, but if you are evolved on a certain level, you can surmount some of those challenges. You can overcome them. But the problem is most people aren't evolved really. Most people aren't even self-aware. So if you're not self-aware, you're going to fall right into the trap of those challenging aspects that pertain to your relationship. It's inevitable. You will constantly attract those challenges through your mates or even through yourself. Like if you can't act right in a relationship, unless you're self-aware and you can check yourself before you get out of control, or, the minute you learn about your natal chart, that's self-awareness right there. But then even people will know their natal chart, but they'll be in denial about some of the things they see. Like I was in denial for years about my Venus square Saturn. That Venus square Saturn is like, you're better off being single. And it's not saying you can't date, but it's basically saying leave that 7th house stuff alone when it comes to men. Stop trying to play house with these men. That's my Cancer on the 7th. I was trying to play house with these men instead of really holding out for an actual marriage where, you know what I'm saying? But that's basically what I'm going to get anyway, where a lot of times these men are just going to be playing house with me, and then they get tired and then they move on to some other woman. That's usually how it goes. And I was in denial for years about my Venus square Saturn. Like if you look at my 7th house is not conducive to marriage. So you got to be honest with yourself about that 7th house. Your 5th house could be beautiful. It could be so blessed. You could have Venus in the 5th, which is a very good placement for Venus. Like Venus in the 5th is better than having Venus in the 7th. So let's say you got Venus in the 5th, it's trining Jupiter, and you have this wonderful dating life, wonderful sex life that's full. Hey, my Bills, I'm glad you joined us. We've been on for a while now, like over 3 hours. But yeah, so let's say that your 5th house is blessed, but your 7th house is fucked. So you could end up having a wonderful dating life, a great sex life. So I'm kind of like that, where I've had a great sex life, but when it comes to marriage, that shit just ain't working out. And that's because my 5th house is in better shape than my 7th house. But even my 5th house is kind of jacked up too. Oh, you're not at work? Cool. Even my 5th house is kind of jacked up too, which is why even when it came to just, having flings with people, sometimes it ended up to be more than what I bargained for. Hey, my natural beauty, how you doing? So yeah, so always remember, you got to look to your 7th house to see what your relationship profile is looking like. Then you got to look at your Venus, because your Venus is very much about your relationship profile. And then you got to look at your moon, because your moon comes into play when it comes to compatibility, because the moon deals with your natural inclinations. Like the moon is basically who you are on a fundamental level, on a personality, emotional level, on an instinctual level, on a habitual level. And with all that being said, it's going to be very hard to change somebody in terms of their moon. So with that being said, let's say you got moon in Capricorn. Then there's going to be times where you need some quiet time. You're not going to be the type of person that's really emotionally needy. You're not going to even be the type that does these temperature checks with your partner. Oh, sweetie, how you doing today? And all this stuff. Like a lot of Capricorn moons just don't put on that sugarcoat stuff. Now, let's say they get with a partner that wants a lot of that sugary stuff. Well, that could be a deal breaker for some people. So you want to look at the moon. Moon in Aquarius, the person is not really going to be emotionally needy. So let's say they get with a moon in Cancer. That could be absolutely disaster. A moon in Cancer with a moon in Aquarius? First of all, the moon in Cancer is going to think that the person that has moon in Aquarius is a total sociopath once the relationship gets in the way and once the problems start to happen. And the thing is, that unfairly characterizes the Aquarius moon, because it's like the Aquarius moon alone on the dark end, yeah, it can be sociopathic, but on the light end, it's just that friendly, nonchalant type of moon that's not emotionally needy. But if you're dealing with a Cancer moon, yeah, they might think you're the devil simply because you don't get all emotional like they do. So you see how the moon really is going to come into play as well. You might even say the difference between each person's moon may even win out between the differences between their Mars and Venuses. Because again, that moon, you don't have that much control over, because it's what you do habitually and naturally and instinctively. Like with my Capricorn moon, I'm just a certain type of way. Like, I'm not even the type, I don't even really want you touching me much unless you're about to stick it in. I'm that type. Like all this touchy stuff, like, first of all, I really gotta be in the mood. So I can't really get with one of them touchy-feely type of guys that's always pawing me and stuff. Like when I got with my Taurus ex, I noticed he was a bit little touchy, and that kind of made me feel uncomfortable. Like he would do this shit, right? You know how some guys, they be admiring you like you're some goddess, like you're Aphrodite herself, and you're just this goddess sitting on a clamshell, and you're like, like, first of all, beware of those guys, because if they're like that with you, they're probably like that with other chicks too. I learned that the hard way dealing with my Taurus ex. So my Taurus ex, when we first got together, this fool, like he would do that shit you would see in the movies, like, or in the cartoons, where he would do little kisses all up my arm and shit. Or he would be doing little pecks on my neck. Now you would think a woman would like that. Not me. Not me with my Sagittarius energy, my Mars and Gemini and Capricorn moon rising. That shit made me feel uncomfortable. And like he would make these loud pecks on. He'd be like all over my, and I'm talking about we ain't even having sex. I'm just sitting there fully clothed and you just kissing all up my arm. I'm like, get off of me. Now I didn't say that. I grinned and bared it because I really liked him and I didn't want to push him away. But that's what I mean. You got to look at your moon and see what you really can tolerate. Because if you and your partner's moons are very incompatible, a lot of times it's not going to work, especially in terms of living together, which you'll find out. Caleb said, my Cancer Mars loves foreplay and touchy-feely. Zawina said, yes, weird. Yeah, I didn't like, that was a bit too much. And then, like, I don't even like when, you know, when you first get with a guy, you know how some guys will just keep staring at you? I don't like that either. I'm like, okay, I know I'm cute. You don't got to keep reminding me. That's how I be, like, because now you're making me feel self-conscious. I was comfortable with how I look. Now you're all staring me in the face. Now I'm wondering if I got something in my eye. I'm wondering if I got a booger in my nose that you're looking at. Now I'm all self-conscious. Because you want to be all up in my face, admiring me and shit. I'm like, admire my ass from afar. I'll send you a picture. You can look at that shit all day, but don't be all staring me in the face like that. Make me uncomfortable. So that's what I mean. I already know with my hookup, I'm not that great of a girlfriend. Actually, I am in terms of reliability and dependability. Like, I'll do a lot for you. I'll cook for you. But I'm not that type where I'm not that ultra feminine type for a man that really wants a woman to be that docile, that's going to put up with all that stuff that he's doing and all that stuff. Look, I'm so hardcore with it that if I got with a Pisces man and he was like, oh, I want to wash your feet, I'd be like, no, I'm that type. So some men would be like, you're a bitch. And I'd be like, I don't care. Because I'm just not that touchy-feely type. So again, understand your moon and understand your mate's moon or your potential mate's moon. If you find that that moon is not something you can really rock with on a daily basis, because that's what really counts too. The moon will deal with how you deal with a relationship on a daily basis. So if y'all moons are incompatible, that could be a problem. Lysandra said, you sound like my Aquarius moon. Yeah, I'm not really into all that pampering and stuff. And know what else would kind of like irk me too? Is, you know how some men are like, they're romantic, but it's like everything they took out of a book. They got everything out of a book. So for instance, let's say it's it's a first year anniversary. And then he books a room at a hotel, one of them one of them tacky ass hotels with the heart-shaped tub, and that has the theme room. You know, them hotels that is for lovers and stuff, and then they got the theme rooms, and then they got the heart-shaped tubs and shit. I don't go for that shit either. So if you think you're gonna wow me or woo me by taking me to some place like that, where, because the first thing I'm thinking is tackiness, because most of them motels that are like have the themes like that, they're tacky as hell, and they're run by some shady ass people, and I'm not for it. And I don't want to think about all the couples that was in that heart-shaped tub doing God knows what before I got in there. And mind you, I was in a heart-shaped tub before at a hotel, but yeah, I wasn't that impressed. But anyway, so yeah, let's say he takes me to one of those hotels, and then he got the rose petals on the bed. I'm turned off. Like Tara said, I'm like, yeah, cheesy. Sarah said, I like those rooms with the mirror ceiling. Now, I wouldn't mind a mirror ceiling. That's about as far as it goes. But all that extra shit where you got the leopard skin rug, and then you got the jungle sounds in the background, and stuff like that, where it's like the jungle scene, and you're like, oh, this is great, and all that stuff. Nah, I'm cool. Rose petals on the bed, nah, I'm cool. Just make sure that dick stay hard, baby, and you got me for life. That's how I am. I'm a very simple chick. Best way you could please me is keep that shit up until I climax, and I'm gonna love you real hard. Hell yeah. And then, like, my thing is, then, you know, we get in a good love making session, then we go out to eat, have a good old time, and then we come back, maybe have some drinks, you know, smoke a blunt or something, we watch a good movie and just be laughing it up. That's my type of fun. I don't need all that extra pizzazz and stuff. I don't need to be all like that. I don't need to be all that extra stuff, because guess what? Like I said, a lot of those real romantic cats, they do it with you, they be doing it with other women too. That's why I never really trusted those real romantic dudes, those players. And again, it's like they're reading from a script. Oh, this is what she likes. And trust and believe, there are some men that get those books, like How to Pick Up Women, How to Turn a Woman On. Hold on, what's this about? Oh shit, my other laptop's restarting. It must have overheated. Wait a minute, why is it restarting? Anyway, but yeah. So again, check your moon. Also, your Venus will tell you what you kind of like too. And then your Mars shows you how you like to get down. So if your Mars is incompatible with his Mars, or your Mars is incompatible with her Mars, man, that could be hard sexually. And it can even just be hard in terms of how y'all approach certain situations in life. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to consider when it comes to relationships, but most of us just walk into these relationships blindly. My laptop is updating, so if y'all want me to look at a celebrity's chart right now, I can't, because I still haven't downloaded my astrology software to my new laptop. So Unknown Billionaire said, my moon and Venus is the same. Well, that makes it easy. But yeah, even though I got Venus in Libra, I'm not that relationship oriented, and that's because I got Venus in the 9th house. But yeah, I don't need all that pizzazz. Who in here needs all that pizzazz? Connect said it's a semi-sextile, a challenging aspect in synastry. I don't even take the semi-sextile into account. I throw it away because it's only one sign over, and I'm like, basically that's just showing you that the two of you contrast in certain ways, and where the two of you also have some things in common too. Because basically that's how the next sign over always works. It's always like a transition into something that's a little bit kind of like how things were before, but then there's also some serious contrast as well. So if you're talking about one of them tight semi-sextiles, I would think that if the two of you aren't evolved, a lot of times it's going to be kind of rough. Mainly because of the drastic change between the masculine and the feminine energy, because the signs, they alternate between the masculine and feminine energy. So like a Leo and a Virgo, a lot of times they don't work out. Especially if the woman is a Leo and the man is a Virgo. Like, she will totally belittle that man. Like, she'll stomp him into the ground eventually. A Leo man and a Virgo woman, to me, they're going to work out much better than those two. Capricorn man, Sagittarius woman. A lot of times the Sagittarius is going to feel like the Capricorn is a dark cloud over her head. Sagittarius likes to be fun and upbeat and funny, and sometimes Capricorn is just too serious and dry. But sometimes Capricorn can be funny too, especially if they got a nice dose of Sagittarius. Placidus all day, baby. That's all I use is Placidus for natals. I use other house systems for other charts, namely horary, but Placidus all day, because Placidus is going to tell you, it's going to actually let you know how much of that sign is in the house, for instance. And then trust and believe, if you got two signs in the house, that will both come into play. I've even seen it come into play. Like, let's say that somebody has Sagittarius on their 7th, and then Capricorn starts in their 7th house. I've seen situations where the person gets married twice. First time is with the Sagittarius, second time is with a Capricorn, because both of those signs are in their 7th house. Slutty aspects, Mars square Pluto, Mars conjoined to the moon, or even squaring the moon. Mars squaring Mercury, because that can deal with where sex is just too much on your brain and you got to stop your workday and get some. Stuff like that. Yeah. Just anytime Mars is out of control a little bit too much, like Mars rising, that could be kind of slutty. Not for everybody, but for some people. Don't have Mars in Sagittarius rising. You could be a big time slut, whether you're a man or a woman. And I'm talking about you busting it wide open on the subway. So we got to take it back to the subway. Like, that's, you're going to start seeing more and more shit like that. Like people wilding out like that, just having sex right on the subway, right in front of everybody. Uranus and Taurus. And we still got a while to go with Uranus and Taurus. It's just going to get more wild. Aries woman and Pisces man, that's, she going to beat him into the ground too. But the Pisces man might like it. Because Pisces, they can be very much about, what do you call that? Immolation or self-deprivation or self-deprecation and all that. I'd rather it be an Aries woman and a Pisces man instead of the other way around. Aries man and a Pisces woman. I feel sorry for the Pisces woman. She'll put up with a lot with that Aries man. Dream said Aries rising here is kind of true. Not in public for me, though. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And again, don't, like I said, sometimes you got to take signs literally in terms of where they fall. So you got Sagittarius rising. I'm not saying for everybody, but for some people, that means you just wide open, like literally. And you like, come one, come all. Everybody can get, so everybody can ride this train. Don't you miss that train. Don't miss that party train. Oh my God, now I know what they were talking about. That's that old song from the Gap Band. They had this song back in the day called Party Train. As a kid, I didn't realize they was talking about running a train on a bitch. Damn. You know, they got all these songs back in the day with all this sexual innuendo. See, nowadays, they're just blatant with the sex, the lyrics. They be talking about wet ass pussy and all type macaroni and cheese and all types of stuff. Back in the day, they was using the innuendo. So, Gap Band, remember the Gap Band, You Dropped a Bomb on Me, Yearning for Your Love, Burn Rubber. They had a song called Party Train in the back in the day. Now I know what they were talking about. It was called Don't You Miss That Train. Don't miss that party train. Anybody have a train pulled on them and you actually liked it? I never had a train pulled on me. But one time my boyfriend's friend and him, they tried to do that shit, but I was too smart. I don't even know how they thought they could pull that one on me. That's when I had the Cancer boyfriend. And like we were like teenage love. That was like that teenage love. Slick Rick, remember that song, Teenage Love? That was that teenage love shit. But then he would do some real stupid stuff. So one time, him and his boy tried to run a train on me. Like I wouldn't know the difference. And I think even my boyfriend was like, told me to go to sleep or something. I'm like, nigga, please. But yes, my own boy. This just shows you my track record. Because even when you're young and you're a teenager, you can look back to your experiences dating and being in a relationship to see how things can be in the future. So I've always dealt with guys that tried to like either disrespect me or pull a fast one on me, rob my house, try to pull a train on me and shit. I'm just like, come on now. But I ended up getting paybacks with him anyway. Well, hello said, Cancer men so freaky, I can't fuck with them. Like old dirty crab dick. That's why I called them crusty crabs in my dark sided Cancer video. Where else has it been, right? But that's when it's like you really see the insensitive side of males. Because, yeah, boys boys were so insensitive. And they would literally do that shit when you were young. Like, this is for the women that was having sex during their teen years, because that was me. So I remember how insensitive boys were back then. Like, they were the type, like, they would literally hit it and quit it. Like, I never forget I had sex with this one dude. And, I mean, as soon as he busted a nut, he pulling up his pants, he was out the door. I swear it was like he flew down the steps. His feet didn't even touch the steps. But did I tell y'all about that story? I might have told y'all about that story. This was the first time I actually experienced like true pleasure with sex. So this is when I was still pretty wet behind the ears sexually. And I was seeing this guy, but he was kind of slow with it. If you get what I'm saying, he didn't really have that swag like his friend did. Oh, God, here I go telling on myself. I know I must have told y'all this story, but this is another Mars and Gemini story. So I'm like, if one man can't get the job done, check and see if his friend got it. But that's how that basically went. So anyway, this dude really liked me, right? And so we were kicking it and stuff, like kicking it hard on the phone. And he didn't go to my school. He went to, I think he was in high school at the time. I'm in junior high. So we're kicking it and stuff. I can't even remember what his sign was. He was probably a Virgo, maybe a Taurus. I bet you he was a Taurus because he was very slow moving with things. So a couple of times we tried to have sex. And mind you, with my Mars and Gemini, this was during a time where I wasn't exactly sure if I was still a virgin. No. I knew I was no longer a virgin, but that's another story. Because there was a time in my life where I wasn't sure if I was a virgin or not. I don't know if you ladies ever experienced that, where it's like, did I really have sex or did I not? Did I have sex or did I not? Am I still a virgin? Or I had one of those situations, Mars and Gemini. So anyway, this was like, I still was pretty wet behind the ears in terms of sexual experiences. So I remember one day, me and my best friend, we cut school. And the dude that I'm talking to, him and his friend met us up over my house, right? So I swear to you, it was like for 2 hours, me and dude, we're trying to get busy and he's trying to stick it in. And for some reason, it just won't go in. I guess I just was not being accommodating to him. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think he kept going soft too. Like, he just didn't have that damn swag to get me to open up, so to speak, if you get what I'm saying. He just didn't have that swag. I swear I told y'all this story. And then, so, they get ready to leave, right? My friend had already went home. And my friend, you know, she was kind of sweet on his friend, but not really where they sealed the deal. So anyway, his friend, before they leave, his friend mouths to me, he says, "I'll be back." And when he said, "I'll be back," I knew it was on. I was like, oh my God. Like, I couldn't believe. So, and this is another thing. This is when, as a teenage girl dealing with these boys, this is when you realize how low down boys are too. Because they'll even betray their friend just to get some coochie. And I guess grown men will do that too, sometimes with their friends. So that's what he did. He actually came back, and I couldn't believe it. He came back, and when I tell you that boy put it down, like, that's when I was like, oh, I see what people mean. Like, I see why people love sex so much. Because before that, I was like, okay, I don't really see what the big deal is with the whole sex. But he put it on me so good. And that thing was a nice length and width. I can remember vividly. And I'm talking about, I must have been like maybe 14 at this time. But I can remember this vividly, how nice he was built under the waist. And oh my God, this was the first time that I was making noise without wanting to. Involuntary making noise. And that's when I was like, oh, this is how it is. When you watch movies and stuff as a kid, you hear the woman saying, ah, ah, ah. Well, that's how I was for the first time. And I was like, shit, this is really the real deal. So, of course, when he got done, he quickly, he jumped in his pants. I don't even think he zipped them up, flew down the steps before he could get out the door. I was like, don't tell your friend. And of course, that's the first thing he does. So I get a call from the dude, and he's all heartbroken. Yeah, I was a big time heartbreaker. He was all heartbroken. He was like, I can't believe you did that to me. That's my friend. I can't believe you did that. And I'm thinking in my head, but you wasn't getting the job done. See, this is my cold and callous side, that Capricorn moon rising combined with Sagittarius. And I'm thinking in my head, like, but you weren't getting the job done. And then this is what he says. He's like, I bought you a gold bracelet, and I was going to give it to you and all this stuff. And then after I got off the phone with him, I was like, damn, I was about to get a gold bracelet. But then I quickly snapped out of it. And I was like, but I had something better. I had that good ass golden dick. So yeah. It ended up all good, because I'd rather have had that experience than have some gold bracelet that I would never even, stuff like that you lose over the years, but you never lose memories. So I always had that good memory of that dude that could do the job that the other dude couldn't. That bracelet, I would have lost that in a few years or whatever. So it's like, I probably wouldn't even remember what that shit looked like. So yeah. I'm just not built for marriage. As you can see, the way I've handled men even. Like, I won't even wait for them to, really woo me and stuff. I'm like, show me what you can do on the physical end. And if you can't, I guess I'm moving on. So, yeah, I really don't have nobody to blame for myself. But myself when it comes to relationships. Because, truth be told, I'm just not down for having to do all the work. In terms of making a relationship work, I'm just not down for, making a guy wait. I've never been that type. Kia said, you had to learn to get away that material wealth. Remember, had to learn to get away from that material wealth. But yeah, those were the days. And I had so much fun back then. Like, if I was to become sexually active with a man now, I'm pretty sure it would be quite disappointing. Oh, you sent me a Cash App, Dana? Thank you. You said, what does Venus square Lilith in a chart, natal chart produce? Well, it can produce a number of things. You really need to look at the house placement and the signs. But in general, that can deal with where you're in a relationship with somebody, and then when things go sour, they're accusing you of being a whore, or they're talking down to you, especially like if you told them some things about your past. That can also deal with where you're in a relationship, but you're not being sexually fulfilled. So you got to go outside of your relationship to get your freak on. It can also deal with being in a relationship where Lilith can be the other woman, where Lilith comes in between you and your man or you and your mate. Lilith can even represent a prostitute that your man is seeing when he's not dealing with you. Can you imagine? Now let's talk about deal breakers. And I'm going to wrap things up pretty soon, but I'm glad I still got 109 people rolling with me. So here are some deal breakers, and we're going to use the polling system. Undercover Astrology says sex is disappointing in your 40s. I should have been a hoe sooner. Yeah, you kind of missed the boat on that one, Undercover. Because once you get past your 40s, it's just downhill. Sometimes in your late 30s. I think by my late 30s, it was basically downhill. Because when I think about the last 3 guys I had sex with, it was really nothing to write home about. I mean, it was very uneventful. Actually, there was one session that wasn't too bad. But other than that, yeah, it wasn't really nothing eventful. Now, what are some deal breakers? So we know that cheating can be a deal breaker, but how many times in terms of cheating? Is it once? The person cheats on you once, are you going to forgive them and continue on with the relationship? Or does it matter about the nature of cheating? Like if it was just sex, is that different from the person actually being in a relationship? I got Leo on my 8th with Virgo intercepted in the 8th. So Chantal said once, then it's over. So you're saying that's a deal breaker. Lachelle said I'm 25 and I had my phase, so I'm good now to get married. My phase ended when I was 22 and started having sex at 19. So that was a short and sweet little phase. Hopefully you got plenty of dick action during those years. And those might be some of your most memorable sex years, because sometimes marriage sex just goes downhill. Like I think the best marriage is if you and your mate can still get it on and still be, aroused by each other and get all excited with each other. Like I think that is beautiful. Like if you could be together 20 years and y'all still get turned on and still like it's the first time, to me that must be rare, and that is a good ass thing. I had a babysitter that was like that. I had a babysitter. This is when I had my 2 daughters, and while I was dealing with her, I actually got pregnant with my son. And me and my babysitter, we got pregnant at the same time. But she had one of those marriages, but I'm almost certain her husband was cheating on her too. But she had one of those husbands that she told me, and she had a big old badunkadunk booty. And that makes sense. So I guess in the morning, he couldn't resist that booty. So she said every morning he was hitting it. Every damn morning. And she had 5 kids to prove it. And the 5th kid, like I said, she got pregnant. We both got pregnant at the same time. Matter of fact, I think it was her 6th kid. Because her oldest was like in his 20s. And then she had like a 5-year-old. And then she got pregnant again. And her husband was pretty good looking too. So sometimes you will get it good like that, where throughout the whole marriage, y'all getting it in. But don't be surprised if a bunch of kids come with that too. You always got to look at those families that got a lot of kids. You be like, y'all some freaks. Y'all was getting it in a lot. Like, damn. What time did y'all have for anything else? That's how I always think. When I see family with like 4 or more kids, I'm like, y'all some freaks. And my parents had 4 of us. And I can't even imagine. But at one time, they must have been freaking like something hard. For like an 8-year period, my parents was freaking, because me and my me and my sisters were all 2 years apart. We're spaced 2 years apart. So I guess my parents had a good 8-year run of sex. Tara said, that's why I have 4 kids. Yeah. Undercover said, my first husband never wanted to have sex. That's tragic. He secretly watched porn and jacked off. My Pisces in the 7th, that is the epitome of Pisces. Pisces men sometimes would prefer to jack off as opposed to actually having sex, because some of them are just lazy. And then some of them are so much in the fantasy that you really don't do it for them, because they rather get off of the fantasy than reality. Pisces men, some of them can be hard to deal with that in that respect. Isn't that terrible? I wish my man was keeping it from me and I catch him masturbating. I might come back with an iron skillet. Because to me, that's insulting. Kia, you said yours was too? Unknown billionaire said, I need a big booty girl. Dream said, undercover astrology, I hope you rode his friend into the sunset then. That's what I'm saying. If he can't do the job, see what his friend can do. And he can't even blame you with that. Because I'm like, you're not doing the job. Okay, how about this? This is another question for y'all. Is there ever a justification for cheating? So let's say that you're married and you're in a situation like undercover astrology where you're not getting no sex. Are you justified in cheating at that point? Or should you just get a divorce so that you can be free? And so what would y'all do? Would you just cheat and get your needs met outside the marriage? Or would you just get divorced because not having any sex is a deal breaker? You are so right. Yes, tarot, men with small penises do love big booties. Knowing good and well they can't even reach the damn coochie because the big booty in the way. They can only have sex missionary position because that's too much ass. Now, Undercover said he was a Virgo and we had sex while dating. It wasn't a lot. I mistakenly thought we would have more sex. He did also have me to a threesome with his female coworker, though. Yeah, that was all part of that. Pisces on the 7th, fantasy. So you see how Undercover Astrology had a Virgo, but because she had Pisces on the 7th, he still did some dark-sided Pisces shit. So even though you get with a sign that is different from the sign in your 7th house, that person will still embody some of the traits of that sign, and you'll be able to see it in their chart. Like Undercover Astrology was his Mars like squaring Neptune or something like that? I just touched my laptop like I had a touch screen. I'm tripping. Maybe it's getting too late. It's only 1:29. But Undercover, was his Mars afflicted by Neptune? Because you got to look at that too. So a lot of times, let's say somebody does have Pisces on the 7th, but then you get with a Scorpio. And you're like, well, they don't have nothing in Pisces. That doesn't fit my Pisces on the 7th. But maybe this guy has Mars conjoined to Neptune. Or maybe Mars square Neptune. And that's going to fulfill that Pisces that you have on the 7th house cusp. So some way, somehow, the partner you get with will be exemplifying the sign or signs that's in your 7th house. It's inevitable. Even if they are not that sign. Because they can have placements in their chart. They can have aspects in their chart that act just like how that sign can act. So tarot, it's 4:29 where you're at. So you must be on the East Coast. My Natural Beauty said that men with small wieners will get their wieners lost inside a big booty. Yup. They love it though. And then the big booty gives them an excuse. Because they be like, it's not that my dick is small. Your booty too big. Thankfully, I've never really had to deal with a real small man. I'm just glad. Because I wouldn't want to have that awkward conversation. Well, hello said, don't get caught, baby. I think a man withholding sex and jacking off to porn is cheating. You might as well say that is. Unknown billionaire said, I don't like big booties. A nice soft ass will do the trick. Oh, Unknown, you would like me then. I got one of the softest asses around town. That's one of the things that men would always compliment me on. And I used to be like, damn, some women must have asses like basketballs. Because dudes would be like, oh my God, your ass is so soft. It's like a pillow. Can I lay on your ass? Like dudes would actually want to lay on my ass and shit. Because it was like when you grab that shit, like my ass don't sit out all prominently like it's a bookshelf. But when you put your hand back there and you grab a nice handful, what can I describe it as? You know, you get those what are those called? Them things that would be filled with like sand or like not that sand stuff, but you can squeeze it and then it comes right back and it's all soft and stuff. You just want to keep squeezing it and stuff. That's how my ass is. Now, I ain't gonna lie, it feels better than what it looks at my age. Because nowadays I got a couple of dimples and shit. Actually, it's more than a couple. But some men I heard like that cellulite shit. See, that's the problem with having a soft ass. See, when you're young, you got the soft ass and it look all cute. But them soft asses, they could develop that cottage cheese pretty easily. But again, like I said, some men like that cellulite. Yeah, I got that memory foam booty. Matter of fact, some rapper said that in a song that he liked the cellulite, but he didn't say cellulite. He said something, and basically he let you know that it was dealing with cellulite, right? I got so many dimples in my ass, you could collect pennies in that shit. Just stick them in the dimples. No, I'm just playing. He'd be like, have you seen my coin collection? I think I sat on them the other day. Coins all stuck to my ass, all in the indentations and shit. But hey, it comes with age. What can you do? And one thing I noticed, and I do appreciate men. I do appreciate this about men. When it comes down to it, men ain't as picky as you think. Especially with the lights off. If it feels good, they're all good with it. Now, those men that are real uptight about how a woman looks, sometimes they might be a little twinky, have a little twinkle in their eye. And then some of them could just be straight up narcissists. And then you just do have those men that are just, they want their woman to be damn near perfect. But I'm like, the average man, he don't mind a little cottage cheese. He don't mind a little dents. He don't mind a little, sagging of the ass. He don't mind stretch marks and stuff. So, yeah. We be all self-conscious, like, oh, turn the light off. And they be like, nah, let me see them stripes. You earned them stripes, girl. I'd be like, really? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Oh, yeah, Kendrick Lamar did. Wait a minute, didn't he talk about stretch marks? Yeah. Yeah, you just got a little waviness going on. Uh-huh. Danny J said, ugly fat guys who want perfection. Yeah, you got a lot of them too. A lot of them fat ones, they'll be rating women. You notice that? A lot of fat, ugly ones, they put the women on the scale. They be like, oh, she a 7. She a 8. Meanwhile, he a -3. Oh, that's a 9 right there. Oh, that's a 10. Fat ass. Sitting on the couch, crumbs all around you, and you rating women that you see on TV. Oh, yeah, that's a 10 right there. Oh, she about a 7.5. I hate when the men do the 0.5 shit. Yeah, you about a 7.5. And nigga, you like when you put 0 over a number, undefined. How about that? See, that's for my math people up in here. Y'all remember math. Shallow Hal. Oh, yeah, I remember that movie. That was funny. I hate that whole rating scale. Women don't do that with men. We don't do that. We don't be like, oh, he is 7. Oh, he is 6. Oh, he a 5.5. I guess we rate men in terms of, dick size, but we really don't be rating them like that. Tara said, that's when my swords come out. Chop them down the sides, right? Yeah, I got that Charmin booty. Don't squeeze the Charmin. Uh-huh. Sometimes I be feeling my own booty. Like, oh my God, that's kind of nice. Yeah, unfortunately, it feels better than it looks. It's the old booty done been through some things. Have some battle scars on it. Oh, you want to bite my biscuits, Ronan? You want to butter my biscuits? Robin said, every time I'm working outside, men stop me and ask me why. They never want me to lose weight. Yeah, a lot of men prefer women with a little meat on her bones as opposed to a woman that's like totally like no fat, like where her BMI is like real low and shit. Women are meant to carry a little fat unless she's just naturally skinny. But even the naturally skinny chicks I've seen where they be having cellulite too. So, yeah. And then you got them bitches that be like, I got 4 kids and I don't have a single stretch mark and I don't have no cellulite. Bitch, shut the fuck up and go back to whatever planet you came from because you're not human. Like, oh, I can't stand them women. And I don't care what forum you're in, or if you're on a video where they're talking about pregnancy and stretch marks, you always got some little bitch that's like, I got 4 kids and I don't have a single stretch mark. I had 5 kids and my stomach is flat as hell. Nobody wants to hear that. The average woman don't. It's like, you ain't on our side, bitch. Like, stop. I feel the same way about them women. You be on one of them videos about bad menstrual cramps, and there always be some bitch in the comment section. I don't get menstrual cramps at all. I'm like, why are you on this fucking video then? This ain't for you. They love to throw that shit up in your face. I don't get menstrual cramps. I don't even know what they feel like. Well, then why are you on this video? Another pet peeve of mine. Married women. Now, some of y'all don't do this. I noticed some of y'all pretty chill with the married. But then some of y'all get that married thing a little carried away. In every sentence, it's my husband, my husband, my husband. I'm like, okay, what did you talk about before you got married? You just like to throw that word out there. And I think I talked about this during one of my other lives too. Like, they love to be like, my husband said this, my husband said that. It's like, do you have a mind of your own anymore? My husband, I gotta talk about it over with my husband. I gotta talk to my husband first. I gotta talk to my husband. Like, you can't figure out shit on your own no more just because you're married. Yeah, last night, my husband, y'all all know, y'all work with these bitches at work. They love to throw, especially when you single. They love to throw that husband up in your face. Yeah, last night, my husband, he cooked dinner for us. It'd be on some dumb shit just so they could throw that they got a husband up in your face. Robin said, married women in 2020 are annoying. Your husband just gave me some money, right? Meanwhile, husband cheating all over them. But they just constantly waving that husband flag. I'm married now. Remember Suge Avery and Color Purple? That's how these women be. I was married now. I was married. My husband is. And I'm like, okay. There's more to accomplish in life than getting married. Calm down. Siobhan said Evelyn Lozada loves saying how Chad, her ex-husband, when they was only married for 5 minutes. Was that her only husband? It would make sense because, that's her little shining moment. Latasha said, until you find out they were only common law. Sarah said, if you want to know about your husband, I'll call him, right? Like, your husband was looking at me the other day. Yeah, let's talk about your husband. My Natural Beauty said those husbands sometimes are the ones that cheat secretly. Oh, yeah. So I was talking to my husband last night. Now all the single women start rolling their eyes like, oh God, here she go. Yeah, you wouldn't believe what my husband said. I'm just like, oh my God, just stop. It's like, for some women, marriage is like that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and it's like the end all be all for them. Nicole said, I try not to do that. That's just because I have a husband. Good, Nicole. See, you have my respect. You don't be throwing it up in these. Because honestly, some of us are bitter. Now, I'm not bitter no more, but I used to be a little bitter about that stuff. Some of us still are kind of hurting inside because we never got a chance to walk down the aisle. So when we're around those married women, and, married women, most of the time, they never really be talking about how their husbands ain't shit. If you notice that, they'll talk shit about their boyfriends. Check this out. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Your coworker, let's take your coworker for instance. If it's her boyfriend, she'll complain about him quite a bit. But once that's her husband, oh no, it's nothing but good stuff you're saying about him. Oh yeah, my husband built a shed over the weekend, and my husband drove us to whatever mountain point somewhere. But if it's a boyfriend, oh yeah, my boyfriend, he's so selfish, or my boyfriend won't call me and all this stuff. Don't let it be the husband, because again, once it's the husband, they don't want to look stupid. They don't want to look. They don't want to admit that they got the same problems that they had when he was just a boyfriend. So now it's all about what the husband did for you this weekend. Oh yeah, my husband built a little shelf for me. Oh yeah, my husband mounted the TV on the wall. Oh yeah, my husband did this. It ain't ever about, oh yeah, he get on my nerves, all this type of stuff. Unless you're with one of those women that just keep it real. But yeah, I'm not really a big fan of hanging around too many married women. Simply because they want to throw their husband up in your face all the time. You don't really hear men doing that shit. Unless they're the simp type of men. There are men out there that do talk about my wife does this, my wife does that. But usually it's more on women talk about my husband this, my husband that. Usually when a man's not around his wife, he don't even want to think about her ass. If you think about it. Like when he's at work, that's his break away from his wife. When he's playing golf or playing basketball, that's his break away from his wife. See, women don't think like that. We don't be having these breaks. Wait, who do I want? Yeah, women, we don't really look at time away from our men as breaks, welcome breaks. But trust and believe, these men, when they're away from us, it's a very nice break for them. That's why they really don't want you all blowing up their phone and stuff when you're not around them. And trust me, if a dude says he wants to take a break, you got to respect that. Like if y'all dating and then he gets to a point where he's like, I need to take a break. Don't text him the next day. I had to school one of my clients about that. Like, you got to give him that space or else he's going to resent you for it. Then you wonder why he done blocked you. So if somebody's like, I need some time off, I need a break, refrain from texting this person, refrain from calling them. Don't be like, I was just checking on you to see if you okay. Don't do that. Give the man some damn space because guess what? He just may love you more for it. If you can chill during that downtime, and that can make him miss you. Yes, Sarah, sometimes it does mean that you're done, but not in all cases. Sometimes he really just needs a break to try to sort things out before getting too deep with you. And then in that break, he might discover that, damn, I really like this woman. I really like being around her. I miss her. And then, especially if you're not blowing up his phone during this break, now he gonna be thinking like, is she jumping on some other dude's dick because she ain't even texting me? I know I said I wanted a break, but damn. Sometimes you gotta beat these men at their own game. And that's why I said you gotta take them down off of the pedestal that we put them on and say, this ain't nothing but a lousy ass, dirty ass man that stinks 12 hours out the day. And some of them stink for longer. This is a man that may not even know how to wipe his ass right. And I'm acting a fool over this dude? Really? Yeah, give him a chance to meet you. But yeah, I'm just like, Danny said sperm chases the egg. Leave him alone. I agree. Some men, like, and again, men aren't built like us. We're Venus. They're Mars. We're the relationship-oriented ones, believe it or not. Like, at the end of the day. A lot of men, they agree to be in a relationship simply because they don't want to give up that good pussy. Let's be real. How many men in here, and I know there's much more women than men up in here, but for my men up in here, how many of y'all have agreed to be in a relationship simply because you didn't want to give up that good pussy? If you a man, press 1 if you've done that. Because sometimes that be the reason why a man will just stay. Because he's like, damn, I don't want to lose that. And then next thing you know, his ass getting married when he didn't even intend upon getting married to you. And then you wonder why he's cheating all over you because he didn't really want you all the way anyway. He just, KB said, nah, pussy everywhere. But not my kind. So let me stop. My kind is one of them. That's what every woman wants to think. They'd be like, well, not mine. Mine is real good. And then let truth be told, men be like, man, pussy all the same. It don't matter. See, men don't have no problem reducing us. You see how KB said, nah, pussy every. You see that? Men don't even put us on a pedestal like that unless he's a simp type of man. That's all like, we're not worthy. But do you see how quickly he said that? Nah, pussy everywhere. Ronan said there's some whack box out in these streets. So Ronan know what I'm talking about. Ronan, you probably found yourself in a relationship by default simply because that coochie you was getting was pretty damn good, and you was like, I'm not trying to mess up a good thing. Let me just agree to what this woman wants. Undercover Astrology said the men I know who marry or in a long-term relationship, they don't leave because they lazy. 90% of divorces are filed by women. Yeah, a lot of times once a man gets married, he's pretty much settled, even though he might cheat the whole time. But then eventually they're going to get burnt out from cheating too. And that's when you can have that monogamous marriage. Siobhan said a dude will cheat on you with a broad with a mediocre cooch. Yes, he will. Ronan said bookmark booty. Save for later. Come back to later. Yeah, but that's one thing, men. Y'all can't allow yourselves to get trapped. Don't be trapped where you allow this woman to string you along into a relationship when that's not what your intentions were. Because I know how some of y'all think. Y'all just want to get your dick wet real quick. Then next thing you know, you done fell into a whole relationship. And you're like, how the hell did this happen? So yeah, I mean, y'all men, y'all be getting caught up in it too. But usually for different reasons than women. And us women, we got to raise our standards. Some women just naturally have high standards. I never did. So again, if you just had a good looking face and the dick was right, I was on it. And you know, your body had to be a little right too. Other than that, oh, you had to have some smarts too. I wasn't really down with like being with an idiot. But other than that, like if you could keep my attention for a while and make me laugh and stuff, I really didn't have standards beyond that. And that was my fault. So again, you really got to take a look at yourself first as to why your relationships aren't working or as to why you end up attracting the same type of people. Ronan said, I've been skeet swindled before. What's that mean? Skeet swindled? What? I know what skeet means, but I don't know what the swindle part means. Like somebody didn't let you come or something? Irrational Kiss said, what aspects make up a permanent side chick? Do a permanent side chick? That's deep. So she said a permanent side chick. Number one, for the side chick, you want to look at the 11th house. You want to look at Aquarius. Permanent side chick could be Venus and Aquarius conjoined to Saturn in Aquarius. Or it could just be Venus and Taurus in the 11th house. That's a side chick that ain't going nowhere. Like the wife going to have to leave. The wife going to have to pick up her stuff and move out. So if you got an Earth Venus, but it's in the 11th house, you could be the side chick that don't ever leave. Like you going to be the side chick and that's just the role you're playing. And you could be with that man for years while he's married. That's what the Earth combination with the 11th house can do. Ear Hustler said a lot of men get hooked on a woman's head game. Yeah, I've been with dudes where after a while that's all they wanted. And I was like, I am no Jack in the Box. Dude thought he could wind me up and my head just pop out the damn box ready to suck on that shit. Hell no. Yeah, I'm not for that. Besides, that's a lot of work, like I said before. You really got to be into it because after like a couple of minutes, your mouth get tired as hell. For real, some men treat women like they just damn Jack in the Boxes. Let me wind this bitch up so she can suck me off real quick. Come here. Okay, bro. Another thing I hate when men, like, you going down, you doing a good job down there. I hate when a man puts his hand on the back of your head and he start pushing your head down more. That's a quick way to get your dick bit with me. Like, don't do that. Men, don't do that with women unless she like it like that. Throat jujitsu. I'm done. I don't like that pushing my head down like that. And why, this is a question for the dudes. Why, when it comes down to y'all getting your dick sucked, why do y'all whisper? What's up with that? Why do y'all always have that whisper? Y'all be like, y'all don't ever really be saying it. Y'all be like, suck this dick. Y'all ladies, y'all know what I mean. They get the whisper when they want some head. They be like, yeah, suck this dick. They don't ever just be with the normal tone. It always be in that whisper. That's because it feels so good. That's why. They be like, yeah, suck it. Suck it. They be like, come over here and suck this. They can't even, like, they be speaking through their teeth too. They can't even enunciate the words right. They be like, yeah, come over here and suck this. But you know exactly what they mean. You be like, oh yeah, he want me to suck it. He's like, yeah, come over here and suck this. Oh my God. What's another funny thing dudes be doing? Oh, another thing, you know what they do that's so instinctual with them? If they're hitting it from the back, they gotta smack your ass. What's up with that, man? Why you gotta smack? Like, it's inevitable. John said we get nasty, that's why. What's up, John? So, like, y'all, it's inevitable. I don't think I've ever seen a porno where a guy's hitting it from the back and he don't slap the ass at least once. It's inevitable. It's like, y'all have to. It goes with the territory. Like, what is that, an ass check y'all doing to make sure the ass jiggle right? And then some of them will do that top slap. Y'all know what I mean. Like, they'll slap the top of your ass. They'll slap the side and the top. I do kind of like that shit when they slap your ass, just not too hard. But yeah, I do like the ass slap. I mean, it does go with the doggy style territory. It just does. The whisper song. Hey, baby, let me whisper in your ear. Yeah, exactly. They love that whisper. You're like, yeah, suck this dick. Yeah, suck this dick. Siobhan, but you gotta slap the ass properly. Matter of fact, did anybody ever see that Key and Peele episode? And one thing about Key and Peele, they got that quirky humor. I know they don't even do that show anymore. But did you ever see that skit? The Key and Peele with the slap ass, and he's playing the baseball player. He's playing like the Dominican baseball player, and he's like, slap ass. He's like, slap ass. And you know how the athletes, they slap each other on the ass anyway. Well, this skit, the slap ass takes it too far, and it's played by Peele. And he's like, slap ass. And that's how he sounds. He's like, slap ass, slap ass. And the thing is, he tries to make it seem like it's like all innocent. And he was like, ever since I was little or something and played baseball, I just knew that you slap ass or whatever. But then by the end of the skit, basically you find out that he's really gay. And he's, really into slapping asses. That's a funny ass skit. Now, not all of Key and Peele shit is funny. But some of their shit is funny as hell. Like, there's another skit that they did where they're on the airplane and Peele is the flight attendant, and Key has to go to the bathroom. I don't know if anybody ever seen that one, but that one is hilarious. And because that light is on, he can't get up and go to the bathroom. So they get into it back and forth. And then as soon as Key is like, man, screw this, I'm going to the bathroom, that's when all this turbulence happens on the plane. But I'm not going to give it away. You just got to watch that skit. I was actually, oh my God, that skit has me crying. Ear Hustler said, I like the ass smacking though. Rub it in too. I do like the ass smacking though. It's a nice touch. Like, if a man don't slap your ass while he's hitting it from the back, something's wrong. John Smith says slap ass leads to eat ass. I know some of you guys are into that too. Some of y'all just happen to just find your way to the brown hole while y'all digging into that coochie hole. And then I notice guys will do this too. I don't like the guys that have to, they want to stick their finger up your booty while they're having sex with you. I've never been into that. Like, nah, I don't like that. Lovemore said, that is disgusting. Yudi said, what about when they ask if you came? If you got to ask, that's a no. Hell yeah. That's a good point, Yudi. If you got to ask, I guess I didn't. Undercover said, I get the quiet, hesitant ones. I have to run the show. That's not fun. And then she said, I get the stalkers. John said, some women come with that. Wait a minute, who can dress up as women real good? The Hispanics? Slap ass. Siobhan said, but you got to slap the ass properly though, right? Oh shit, I'm going on 5 hours, y'all. I better get off. Get off. 23 positions in a one night stand. Remember that song by Prince? Do-do-do-do-do-do. I was like, Prince is a freak. Remember he had the song Cream? Cream, get on top. Cream, you will cop. My natural said, what about the men who rub the cap of their dick first before? I like that. You mean where they rub it on you? When they rub it on, first of all, I like a little dick tease. I like when a man does a little dick tease with me, and that drives me wild. And I'd be like, come on, yeah. Like, that's when you really be hungry for it. Your kitty cat be like, yeah, I like that. Hell yeah. Tease me a little bit. Make me really want you. Make me pull you into me. So every now and then we do wake up in the midnight hour. Our kitty cat be growling. Like, we have to pull out the toy and get busy. See, some of us don't have husbands. We got to resort to our toys. But sometimes that's even better, because sometimes when you got a husband, you may not be in the mood and he's in the mood. So here's another question I'm going to throw out, and I mean it. I'm definitely signing off in about 15 minutes because I'm not going past 5 hours. But here's another question. Damn, I just lost my train of thought. What was going to be my question? Had something to do with marriage and sex. Oh, here it is. If you're married, do you feel like you're obligated as a marriage partner to give your partner sex within reason? Like, for instance, during those nights where he wants it but you don't, are you obligated to sometimes give in and, just lift your leg up and be like, all right, hurry up? Is that part of marriage? Is that what marriage is about, where sometimes you do got to compromise? Like, your husband wants it or your wife wants it, but you don't? Like, is that, because again, I've never been married, so I don't know how this works out. So how does that work? But I have lived with a sex addict before, and he wanted it all the time. And to avoid arguments, I used to just let him hit it in the morning every time, because I didn't feel like going through the arguments with him. He was one of those Virgos. And is Yes Tarot your channel? Yeah, let me know. See, I don't mind shouting out, people. But, when somebody was like, oh, go to me for readings too, that's a little crossing the line. But yeah, I'll shout out your channel. Just let me know what the title is. And I don't know if you're any good, so I'm a vouch for you, even though I don't know. So don't make me out to be some fool or liar. Lovemore said, Rahbinah, I can't believe you allowed these men to dictate you like that. I'm telling you, I had low standards back in the day. All right. So yes, tarot. I'm about to I should subscribe to your channel right now. Let me see. So yes, tarot has a channel. Is it totally devoted to tarot? You do tarot readings like the regular ones for like people like the love, the like what kind of tarot readings do you do? Is it where you do a card for each sign or you do a reading for each sign every month? Oh no, it's not a conflict of interest. Now I read tarot, but my channel is more so devoted to astrology. If it was devoted to tarot, I would have 100,000 subscribers by now. Cause y'all tarot people, y'all be killing it. I notice more people are into tarot than they are astrology. So yes, go to Yes Tarot if you're into getting tarot readings and subscribe to her channel. Let me pull you up real quick because I'll subscribe too. Now I might unsubscribe if you start posting a bit too much because that's one thing I don't play. Don't be flooding my subscription list with a video every 2 hours. No. So I might be subscribing one time, but then another time I might unsubscribe if you're like a little bit too much on my subscriber list. And that's just the way it is. So yes, tarot. Oh, look at you. Oh, I know you. Wait a minute, I think I know you. Or you look familiar. Oh, she pretty too for the men that are looking for. Are you single? Yes, tarot. Because we got a pretty one here. She pretty as hell. Let me subscribe to you. She got pick a card, yes or no. These look interesting. Oh, and she uses different decks. I see you got the what is that? Why can't I think of that deck that I like? It's the that old school deck. Why can't I think of it? Help me out. Yes, tarot. It's the deck. It has those bold, vivid images, but it's old school. And it has those stars. It's the blue. The back of the card is blue, and it has those wacky little stars on it. And it's like a deck from the 70s. You have that deck. I love that deck. Morgan Greer, that's what it's called. You got the Morgan Greer Tarot, don't you? Oh, it's called Yes Tarot. If you click on Yes Tarot, you're gonna find. Oh, wait a minute.
Do you have a burning question?
Is it Shanetta's Tarot? Are you Shanetta's Divine Tarot? All right, I just subscribed to you. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. So I hope your channel continues to be successful. I hope you continue to do well. See what I mean? She got 596,000 views. And this was posted in September. Look, she got 499,000 subscribers. This is what I mean. Like, them tarot channels be doing well. Be hot. How long did it take you to get that many subscribers? Yes, tarot? I'm curious. Because I have some other clients that have tarot channels. And it didn't take her long at all. It didn't take some of my, a couple of my clients along at all for their subscriber count to go up through the roof. And part of me was like, damn, I should have started off with a tarot channel if I knew it was that easy. And I know y'all be getting those big YouTube checks. So I'm like, more power to you. Go do it. That's not her. Wait a minute. Wait. Hey, Alicia, how you doing? I'm confused now. Somebody's saying that's not you. Love More said that's because people are desperate. Wait a minute. So you're not Shanetta? Wait a minute. You're not Shanetta's Divine Tarot? When I put yes or no, that's what I found. Okay, let's see. I see star seeds. I'm confused. All I know is I subscribe to Shanetta Divine Tarot, but maybe that's not you. Oh, you only had 13 subscribers. So who's the chick? So your channel is actually called Yes Tarot. Because when I put in Yes Tarot, that Shanetta came up. Okay, I'm confused. All right, let me go look for it again. Maybe I need to capitalize tarot. Well, even if you got a low subscriber count now, trust to believe, if you post videos on the regular, see, the same videos are coming up. If you post videos on the regular, your channel will grow fast. Because I've seen tarot channels grow very fast. Because people, like I said, more people are into tarot than they are astrology. And it kind of makes sense because it's easier to learn tarot. And it's easier to understand tarot than astrology. Shanette is good. So I subscribe to Shanetta, and she don't need any more subscribers. So I'll be unsubscribing from her. I'm more for the underdogs. Yeah, where did the mods go? I'll try to find it later, but I gotta wrap things up because we got 6 minutes left. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Dougie Fresh, you're on. I'm sorry, yes, Taro. I thought you was that Shanetta girl. But I bet you're still pretty. You're probably prettier than her. You want to be a mod, Tara? Okay. Tara want to be a mod. Hey, welcome to the mod squad. Wait a minute. How come you're not... Wait, where's your wrench? I just made you into a mod. I don't see the wrench. Well, wait. Post something again. There you go. Tara got her wrench. Thank you for joining the mod squad. Now you can shut these trolls down for me. Hey, Kritika, how you doing? So Robin's starting a tarot channel too. You're right. Astrology isn't as popular by itself. I only watch you and other person for astrology teaching. Well, thank you, Robin. You made me feel special. Because some of y'all be spreading yourselves thin around all these astrology channels like that. I'm not even going to talk shit about this Fernando Prudhomme. But it's so funny because a few people, clients and students, it was within the same week time frame. I can't believe Nick Cannon was up here this whole time. It was the same week time frame where people kept dropping his name. People were talking about this Fernando. And I was like, I'd never even heard of him. I've heard of some astrologers like on YouTube, but I had never heard of Fernando. So I was like, let me check this dude out. And when I saw him, I was like, ew. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk about people, but it was just his vibe. And again, it had nothing to do with his content. It was the vibe. And I think the one video I saw, he was drinking and smoking in the video and doing some other shit. And I was like, it was hard to even tell that it was an astrology channel. I'll just say that. And sometimes I have very little patience for those ultra spiritual type of people where it's almost like they're kind of too much in the clouds. So Danny, you like him? Yeah, I have never really listened to his message and stuff in terms of astrology, but yeah, I wasn't really feeling him. Is that her channel? I wasn't really just feeling him in terms of his vibe. Uh-oh. Oh no. I clicked on the thing and oh great. Tara. Oh, thank God I'm back. What was that link? I clicked on it and it took me off of the live stream. Oh yeah, I know about that Dolo, but I don't follow him either. You posted a link and I clicked on it because I thought it was going to open up a new tab, but it totally took me off of the live stream for a minute. Yeah, I know about Dolo the Pilot Man, but I really haven't gotten into his videos and stuff like that. Now you got some ones that I rock with, like Cosmic Homegirl. She's a good channel. Ethereal, he has a channel. He actually could use some subscribers and stuff, so you can go over to his is Ethereal Synchronicity 144. He often is in the chat. Astrology Lady, that's my girl, so she's another one that got a YouTube channel. Who's the other one that I'm thinking about? Hood Astro Queen, that's my student. So she has an astrology channel as well. So check her out. Love More said, no offense, but I think you and Fernando are very similar as far as being the realest astrologer. Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying anything about his message because I didn't even stick along long enough. Because of my Taurus South Node, I have a superficial streak. And when I saw him messing around, like drinking and smoking, and trust me, I have no problem with drinking and smoking. But it's like, that's my student, Tara. So she has a YouTube channel as well. And she does like celebrity readings and stuff like that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, it wasn't about his message. It was his demeanor and his look. And I was like, I don't even got time for that. I don't have time for that. Oh, Krina is good too. Krina K. Trying to think, what's her whole channel? She's been posting a lot of videos lately. Let me see if I can go to my subscriptions. She's been posting a lot lately, so you might want to check her out. Her channel is Eye of Krina. She makes music too. So Aya Krina, that's one. Stephen Judd, I like him. He's one of the few ones I follow. Steve Judd Astrology. And then I like Dark Star Astrology. Or what is it? Is it Dark Star Astrology? Let me see if that's her. She keeps it real too. And she gets into a little conspiracy stuff too. Damn, what is her it's like Dark Star Astrology or something like that. Yeah, I can't. Oh yeah, Dark Star Astrology. That's what it's called. So that's a good one. All shit is 5:01. Okay, I have to get off of here for real. I have to get back to work, but it was great. Oh yeah, Gemini Brown. I forgot to mention him. Gemini Brown is a good one. So he used to be part of the Cosmic Council. Because I was part of the Cosmic Council. So it was me, Astrology Lady, Cosmic Homegirl, Gemini Brown. Also Pisces, the Seeing Goddess. I don't think she has a YouTube channel though. The Seeing Piscean. I don't think she has a YouTube channel though, but I don't know. Maybe we'll get back together and do more podcasts or whatever. Yeah, I miss the Cosmic Council too. So yeah, y'all support these up and coming astrologers. They may not have those, like, what's that Indian one? K something, KJ or something, the one that has millions of subscribers. Like the ones I mentioned, like none of us have millions of subscribers or anything, but I feel like we have a lot of value. KRS, that's his name. Yeah, we don't have subscriber counts like KRS, but I feel like we contribute a lot of value to the world of astrology. So yeah. But other than that, I really don't follow any other, like, I definitely don't follow these mainstream astrologers. I could care less what they have to say, honestly. I've just never been a mainstream person. So it don't even have to do with me being an astrologer myself. I just don't like mainstream stuff that's too mainstream. So if this person got millions of subscribers, I'm just talking about the astrology. Like there's other channels I follow where they have millions. But yeah, I really don't have any interest in what you got to say. I really don't. So yeah, that's just me though. And I'm very selective of who I listen to. Yeah, Cosmic Homegirl, she was in the Cosmic Council. She's real good. She does the weekly horoscope where she tells you what the current transits are doing and all that type of stuff. So that's really good. Because, I don't really get into like, what the current transits are doing and stuff. I could do more of that. Maybe I will start. But she's real good. If you want like to know what's going on currently, she's real good for that too. So, and then we got Pisces Moon Goddess. So yeah. So now, if you would like a reading from me, you could always go to my website, Rahbinah.com. And I will be back soon with another live stream. I still got to finish my Venus in Leo video. That's coming soon. I just have a few of them left. Venus and Leo, Venus and Virgo, and Venus and Libra. And then I'm done. And then I might do a series either on Mars or the moon. I don't know which one, which is going to be next. But yeah, love you all. Thank you so much for hanging tough with me this early morning, late at night, what have you. Had a lot of fun as always. Stay safe, stay well, and don't let the ether get you. All right, take care. Love y'all. Have a good night. Bye-bye.